Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Brace yourself for this love affair. I'm fixing to take you all the way there. Kissing and touching on every part of you. Want me to lie, I'ma tell you the truth. Body excites me, conversation ignites me. Sometimes I feel like an animal trying to hold back my natural instinct to love every part of you, to hold your hand in everything you do. You're a queen, you're a queen, you're a queen, and I am amazed, amazed by you. How can I take you there? How can I take you there? Chocolate drop, butter, pecan sunset. I would fly across the ocean just to taste. What can I do to get you wet? I wanna give you all of me and give you all that you can get. How can I take you there? How can I take you there? Chocolate drop, butter, pecan sunset. I would fly across the ocean just to taste. What can I do to get you wet? I wanna give you all of me and give you all that you can get. Your coffee coated sugar, honey loving. How can I take you there? Brace yourself, I'll pull on your hair. I'm ready and willing to take you there. Just can't get enough of you. You want me to lie, I'ma tell you the truth. Wanna take you there, your smell, it excites me. Where you touch me ignites me. Feel like an animal trying to hold back my natural instinct. I sit back and think, ooh, how can I take you there? How can I take you there? Chocolate drop, butter, pecan sunset. I would fly across the ocean just to taste. What can I do to get you wet? I wanna give you all of me and give you all that you can get. How can I take you there? How can I take you there? Chocolate drop, butter, pecan sunset. I would fly across the ocean just to taste. What can I do to get you wet? I wanna give you all of me and give you all that you can get. Your coffee coated sugar, honey loving. How can I take you there?
Hey, 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 hey. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about how do we get taken there by these beings out here. Okay. You know what I'm saying? They fly across the ocean just to taste it. Okay. But, what happens when there's a little bit more to it than what we think, right? So first I want to, welcome to the show, Angel. Welcome, girl.
Thank you. Hey.
What do you think about that song right there? What do you think? What do you think that that's kind of describing the all that love bombing that goes on between these men, how they just, you know what I'm saying? Like they get you love bombed.
Yes, the sexy time.
Sexy, you know. You know, they do the sexiness. You know, they get you roped in with all that sexiness. But then, how do you know when it's how do you know when it's manipulation and how you know it's true? So before we go into like the sexy aspect and the whole warlock aspect of how men are able to manipulate the divine feminine, we're gonna go into me as an Ephah priest. I gotta come at it from an Ephah perspective. I want to break it down using Ephah information so that we can really break it down. So this is a excerpt that I did from a show that I did with Abundance Child, where she broke down how the women were manipulated at one point to give up their power. And this is going to be interesting if you haven't seen that show and the Divine Feminine, please check it out. But for the moment, we're gonna like break it down. I'm gonna show you guys Ephah and the Divine Feminine. Let's go.
And then cook the food and then had to partake of the food. Now, of course, I didn't eat that meat, but the Babalawo did. So a Patebi is not a slave. Another thing is that we have to think about the colonial lens from which a lot of us in what people call the diaspora have learned Ifa. Now, she was speaking more specifically towards Isheshe, and Isheshe is the indigenous spiritual culture of the Yoruba people. I think the word itself means the way of the ancestors.
Yeah.
So it is a living cultural tradition. Even if somebody over generations have been into Islam or Christianity, you still can't take the culture away from the Yoruba people. But I do think people need to have an understanding that even though the technology might have originated in Yoruba land or in Nigeria, it's useful to all of humanity. Even though the culture that birthed it's been recognized by UNESCO and things like that, the culture is the thing that carries Ifa. And Ifa is a spiritual technology that was perpetuated by that culture, but not necessarily didn't originate that technology, if that makes sense. It's related, but it's not the same thing. So I think a lot of times our perceptions are misconstrued, especially because a lot of the things that we have are based off of a colonial lens, because Europeans wrote a lot of the information that we have now, or men. And so I have some books that I would like to share. Ianifa, that's written by a sister that I adore very much, Ayala Kumari. I've talked to you about her. I also took her class back in like 2016, like women's history. That class was phenomenal. I learned so many things. I learned so many things about myself. It was a highly spiritual class. I can't even speak about certain things because in the beginning of the class, she's like, you can't be revealing things. Even in this book, Ianifa, she mentions this book. So if you don't mind, I would like to share her chapter.
Is that how you spell her name? Iyanla Kumari?
Ayele, Ayele. Kumari. You can find her on Facebook. She also has an online school called the Ori Institute. It was like Ashe Soul when I first met her. I really do look up to her. I've even taken classes recently, even though I'm initiated to Ifa. I took her class called Isheshe based off of her book. That was great. It was like a restart, just emptying out a whole lot of stuff and just starting over. But she's also a historian, amongst many other things. And I think she has really good character in her work as a practicing Ianifa. And just, some of the things like the person said, like, and don't date your Babalawo. And I'm pretty sure that she was an Ianifa and an elder to her current husband now, who now Baba Okikifa is like the head of Boni for America and stuff like that. So we have to be able to look at things both ways if we're talking about being balanced and stuff like that. If we can say, don't date a Babalao that might be leading the Ile, then that means that brothers can't date Iyanifas who might be leading the wrong way. And my husband's not initiated to Ifa, but he's definitely married to me,
Right.
And so, I would have missed out on my blessing had I listened to, some of her words of wisdom. She also said the only thing that Iyanifas can't do, or women in Isheshe can't do, are see Odu. Well, that's not true. Some women have seen Odu. Some women actually have Odu. And there's different types of initiations, for that. Also, women can't wear masquerade unless you are initiated to like Gela Day. Or Gela, I don't know how you pronounce that, but it's just the more you know, sis. But I appreciated her passion. I appreciated the information that she shared, because
Right. So the reason why I'm even going back into this, right? So it's because in even E5, there are a lot of like rules about how women can't do this, women can't do that, as a woman, right? But where did all that come from, right? Where is all these rules as women can't do this and women can't do that, women da da da, they can't see or do, they can't see this, right? So let's go into the actual history of it all. Let's go. Right, and I think it was men and women. I don't think it was just one sided.
it definitely wasn't just one side, even though we as the people have always been matrilineal and matrifocal, and those things have changed. That's why, if you don't mind, I wanted to read some things from this book.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind putting the light for me? Because my eyes. The first known documenting women's mysteries in the tradition, which is Isheshe. The first known documentation came in 1915 from a woman anthropologist in her book called Women's Mysteries of a Primitive People, which I just happened to sell in Drop Squad Kitchen, by Amori Talbot. There she documents a trying tale of how men stole the mysteries of the women's secrets in societies in southeast Nigeria. The tale was recounted by 3 elder women who explained that in the old days, women used to outnumber men. As men grew, they became dissatisfied with their lot and began to conspire for more by asking for the women to share the secrets of the mysteries so that they would become strong as a society. Upon meeting, the women debated the suggestion with the elder women, stating emphatically to not do so. They did not trust the men in their plight. The younger women, however, fought on behalf of their husbands and suggested that the elder women cared only for things of yesterday and that it was a new day. Eventually, the old women overcame the elders and did share the mysteries with the full rights and every secret by means of which they had formerly held dominion.
All right. So just so if people are not understanding what she's saying, is at one point, right, there were more men than women. I mean, more women than men. And all these secret societies that you have out here were ruled by women. All your masonry, all your like little secret little groups, what they call fraternities, they were soror, they were female. Right? And so all these mystery systems that you see, all the Masonic groups, they were ran by women. Women overpopulated the world. There were more women than men. And what happened is that as men became more, dominant in society, the younger became more prevalent. The younger groups of women asked their husbands wanted to know the secrets. They wanted to know what was going on. Like, what are the secrets behind this? And the younger women that were being trained up in the secrets were telling the older women, we need to share this with our husbands. Because they were sworn to secrecy. You can't tell this to your husband. You can't tell this it could only be amongst us women. So what happened is that the younger women began to try to convince the older women to share the secret knowledge that they had in these maternal organizations that were very secretive in their practices. Okay. Now, these women were doctors. They were the people that would know how to heal and all these different things. They had different modalities of healing. We lived in a matrilineal society. It was not a patriarchy. So once the patriarchy came, well, actually, by us giving our secrets to these men based on the younger women that were married to these men, what happened is that we ended up getting into it. Let's go.
Shortly thereafter, new laws were created to forbid women to participate in their own ceremonies, including the ancestral plays. Instead, they would be taken over by men and become a men's society where women were forbidden. Further, if any woman would try to participate, witness, or practice, they would escort her to the market and behead her for all of the town to see, so that all other women would be dissuaded from participation. Now, since the men were stronger in limb and cruel, the women were forced to comply. Only 2 elder women remained who still practiced keeping their pots hidden in palm fronds in the ceiling, and one eventually was slashed by a machete. This forced the movement into the women's mysteries to go underground. The tale seemed to be one of the few remnants of women's stories and what happened to their mysteries, except a month after discovering this text, I met a woman who was Kikuyu from Kenya. Her name was Wangari, and she became a great source of knowledge about the Kikuyu women's traditions. Trained in the ways of the ancients by her mother and unfamiliar with the previous story above, she also recounted a similar tale of the history of the women's tradition in Kikuyu. Her story differed only slightly in that conspiracy involved the husbands pressing the young wives for the secrets and one acquired, and conspired to get all the menstruating women pregnant at the same time. Now, you know, women who live together and in nature have synchronized cycles of ovulation, menstruation, and birth, since these were some of the mysteries. The men then knew how to achieve the task. Now, since the women were great fighters, they had to attack when they were weakest in order to win. And at the height of pregnancy, the women were incapacitated, and the other women that remained were elder women who were so weak. It was then that the men took over and overthrew the female chief. These stories suggest that there was a mass movement across the continent where women's mysteries were taken and then used against them. I just wanted to stop there. Sybils and Mami Wata by Mama Zogbe also goes a lot more into detail to me about some of these things, and she does a really good job of documenting via anthropological findings and things like that what Sister Ayala Kamari is putting down in this book. So these stories are even retold from a masculine perspective to demonstrate the change. While on the surface there are masks performing these mystery rites, even today there are obviously feminine in nature. And upon my study, I found similar surfacing in the Odu's oracle poetry, in Itan's the stories, and one such story recounts in the Odu Osa Meiji how the masquerades in a Gungu mask used to belong to women. Obatala, which is sometimes male and sometimes female, but in recent years male, have married Odu, and then discovers the secrets to the Egungun and begins to wear the Egungun cloth and mask, fooling everyone. So she goes on to talk about that. And then even though that story is often recounted, you can even see that story on Facebook. There are other stories where she talks about where Obarisha is frustrated with Odu because she has so much power and she could take away anything from him. Odumare had given women more power than men, and anything she says actually comes into reality, so her power is great. She tells him that they should live together in the same place, and once they do, he gives her snails to calm her down. Once calm, he suggests that he doesn't keep any secrets from her, and while she keeps secrets about her power from him, and that they should share power together. She then tells them the secret to the Egun cloth, which is related to her power, and is subsequently able to then take it. Then she talks about Father P. Bowden in the Fetish and Fetishism from 1885, recounts a story where Obatala and Odu were married and had a domestic fight in which Obatala, Risha, blinded her to keep her quiet. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. Another acquisition of power comes in the Odu Irete Ogbe, where Arumala marries Odu and eventually obtains her secret. Then there's other Itans and stories that recount how Orunmila takes Oshun's bag of wisdom, because Oludumare had put the bag of wisdom, in on earth, and was like, y'all need to find it. Oshun finds it first, and then she didn't know that she had a hole in her bag, and so it was falling out, and so Orunmila then takes it and doesn't allow her to have it, and only gives her a part of it, which is considered Arundel or Marundel. So that's that story. So I advise people who are really interested in learning things from a historical perspective to get this book. She does a really good job in the first part of the book, just recounting many of the stories. Like I said, I don't want to read all of them, but basically says the history of the role of women becomes more complex when we take into the account the influence of colonial life and trading had on women in the tradition in Africa. Initially, women yielded great power because they owned and farmed the land. That's also true in, can you give me The Great Cosmic Mother by Monica Shu? I read that in like 1993 while I was pregnant with my oldest daughter. It's right there. I got one right there. Yeah. Great Cosmic
Wow,
Mother.
they owned and farmed the land.
Right.
And I know in some culture they build the houses too.
Exactly. So in this book is a really good book. You can tell, like, I just really went really deep into this book, and it just talks about we're the natural nurturers and the people who are naturally cooking and feeding the children. So we naturally going to do the herbs. We're naturally growing the herbs. We're naturally growing the crops, right? So
yeah, I know my grandma used to have like a garden in the back.
Every woman in my family that I know has always had gardens.
Yeah.
So colonial rule take the land and ostracize the women, and this created more of a dependency on men in a colonial system that did not recognize women. In addition, women traditionally ruled the marketplace, and even in Isheshe, it talks about women are the rulers and the owners of the marketplace. So that yielded a lot of political and financial power through their markets. So, all of that was changed. And then you think about Ogboni, who's running Ogboni, is Siami, right? So they kind of made it illegal for those organizations to be existing in the traditional Yoruba cultures once it was colonized. So it's just so much information that's out there. These are some of the books that when people ask me about Ifa that I do suggest. But for any woman that is interested in becoming an Ian Ifa, it's great that she has other women who have written in here and things like that. And she has an amazing lineage as far as the people who have taught her, and it shows up in here. So I was
right. So let me just stop it right here. So the point of me bringing up that whole thing was to go down the line of understanding that at one point women were in power. We were not always in this patriarchal system as a second-class citizen that is being going through what we've been going through, especially in African culture. Now I don't know about Caucasian culture, but I know it within the African culture or African or even like the native culture, the women, it was matriarchal. But what happened is that the more powerful women became, and then the more men became, the more they wanted to know the secrets, the more things got crazy, where the strength of the man was then utilized to then subdue the feminine energy. So with that being said, Angel, do you have anything to say so far about what we said so far?
No, I'm listening. Everything sounds interesting. I'm learning actually because I'm not familiar with.
Right. So basically you're talking about like Ifa being a primarily matrilineal culture, Yoruba culture being mainly matrilineal. Most in Africa, throughout Africa, was very matrilineal. But then came a time when the men wanted to like know the secrets. And the moment they got the secrets, they used their actual physical power to then subdue the women and then make it illegal for them to actually do the things they were doing. So then they took over, right? It's the same thing that happened, I would say, with doctors, right? At one point, women were the ones healing people, and then made a thing called a doctor, and then the women became the nurses. And so in order for you to be able to practice as a nurse, you had to be underneath a doctor. A nurse can't practice all the way by herself unless she becomes a nurse practitioner. So, and really, the only thing a doctor really does is come in and just says a couple things and walks out the door. But the nurse is the one that's actually doing the majority of the work, and all this. So, this is in modern society as well that you see this type of a thing. And what are the sex of most nurses? Female. Doctors are the men, but the female know way more about that patient than the doctor does. The nurse tells the doctor what's going on with the patient. The doctor then comes in, does a couple things, and subscribes a prescription. But for the most part, the nurses could do the same thing. But because society is the way it is, that the patriarchy has taken over that aspect of this whole thing and made it a male-dominated thing, and then taken a woman out of her rightful place as a nurturer, as a healer, as a person that is able to diagnose and all these different things. People, the society has then become a very male, and that's where you get this pharmaceutical thing where people are just diagnosing stuff, giving like pills that don't even heal nothing, and all type of different stuff. So I wanted to first get into that when it comes down to the patriarchy and how society is laid out, so that we understand that at one point women had power. They had organizations. They had all these different things that were secretive to men. The men convinced younger women to convince the older women to tell the secrets of those things. Once they got hold of that, they made it illegal for the women to practice those things through strength and through overtaking. And now here we are. Fast forward, here we are. So let's get into the whole warlock mechanism, right? So in relationships, with male and female, you have a dynamic that happens where you have a certain men that understand a woman's power, understand how to siphon that energy. And it's a well-known fact that a lot of men that know how to do this, are considered to be warlocks. Okay. That's where you get into kind of like manipulation, because everybody thinks that witchcraft is something that's like just something in the ethereal that no one can like quite put their finger on. But just the basic manipulation of a person's mind to get them to do what you want them to do is in fact witchcraft. So let's get into it. I want to like really break that down. Did you want to say something, Angel?
No, I was just agreeing with you. Like, yeah, I've discovered that also, that just manipulation period can be considered witchcraft, or is considered witchcraft.
Right. People think that witchcraft is something that people just do, double toil and trouble, but just manipulation alone, being able to manipulate a person's mind. Pimps are warlocks. Understand what I'm saying? A pimp is a warlock. Do you understand that there's a whole thing to get a woman to give you all her money? How they do that? There's a whole step-by-step process. The first thing they do is that they lay you down and they screw you into oblivion. Then after you start doing it to somebody for a long period of time, you start opening up portals, because a woman's womb is sacred. So you imagine the person is probably taking a very innocent woman, and this is the thing, they take a lot of young girls and they just, introduce them to a bunch of sexual activity that they're not even used to ever experiencing. And then at that point, that woman then begins to love that man. And at that point, that woman is willing to do anything to please that man. And then he could just say, okay, well, this is what you do to please me. Go out there and I want you to this is what you got to do. And then you need to come back and give me all your money and give me all this. That is a spell and these women don't even realize they have a spell put on them. And they end up in prostitution and all type of different, or even getting into very weird sexual behaviors that they normally probably would not do if they understood the manipulation tactics that are going on here with these men. And it takes a certain kind of man with a certain kind of energy to be able to exact that type of power over a woman. Anything you want to say before I play this next video?
No, I was going to ask that question. What is that, like, describe that energy? Have you ever felt it?
Hell yeah.
It's like intense, right? Real strong.
like anytime you are having sex with a man and he is giving it to you for hours on end, I mean, just straight banging it out, and you are just in the submissive position underneath the dude, and he is just
Right.
banging you down to like, I mean, at some point you're not even there anymore. You done went into another galaxy. And then he's able to suggest things to you. This is mine, and this is mine. You know, they get to talking to you, saying all kind of wow. Don't let them get a mirror, make you look into the mirror while you say all that is magic and spell work. This guy is banging you. You're looking in the mirror, you're looking at yourself, you're looking at him. He's banging you out for hours on end. You're having all kind of orgasms and everything. Whose is it? It's yours, right? This type of like things that you're saying. This is all that is you're using. It's a. They tell you about manifestation, right? You saying it out loud, it's going into your mind, it's programming your mind. All of that is spell work. It is putting a spell over you. They have you in the most vulnerable position. Women, when you're having sex, you're in a very vulnerable position. And you got to watch, don't let people just say anything to you while you're having sex with them. You're having sex, but they're asking you all kind of while they're saying little whatever, you know, saying all this crazy stuff.
So do you prefer like silence when?
No, what I'm saying is that understand what's being put
Be
down
careful what they
when
say.
you do it. Be
Yeah.
careful about what you, because they can ask you a question. Is this mine? Yeah. You just yelling it down. Yeah. You gonna get me a car? Yeah, I'll get you a car. You gonna do this for me? Yeah, I'll do this for you. You wanna just, and he is just giving it to you, and you just, yes, I will do anything you say, sir. All of that is a programming, mind programming into your mind, and then it goes all throughout your body, into all your cells. And then that person, it's a bind. If you get binded to that person, and then now, if that person, if you guys aren't having, you know, using a condom or whatever, all that stuff, and he ejaculates into you, now he becomes part of you, his body, his DNA. All of that is programming your entire body to be submissive, and to, well, not to be submissive, but to like basically fall into a spell with this man. So let's get into the warlock syndrome, okay, that men can sometimes carry, and women are probably not very understanding that this could be warlock energy that these men have, that they understand. They know exactly, they know a woman's body, they know what they're doing, especially if they've been out here long enough, especially if you get, see, a lot of times these younger women, 20 years old, will date a 40-year-old man, and you don't know how much experience this man has. And so you are up there, and this guy is just programming your mind to be submissive. He's breaking you down. You know what I'm saying? And then they can like, you'll be surprised how many times you have sex, you feel drained afterwards. And meanwhile, he could go out and play basketball because he done sucked all the energy up out of you. Let's go.
If you're in a relationship and they keep you in a state of having to defend yourself, it's because they don't want you questioning them. That's it. That's the message.
There's a lot of situations where I didn't want nothing else from a woman but that freak vibration. We get off on in a way that's not just sexual gratification. It empowers us. It's an energetic siphoning of y'all energy when y'all are that surrenderous to us in the most intimate, vulnerable space. That shit supercharges a nigga. We could say what we want to say about Diddy. Look what this nigga has been able to accomplish, largely due to the energy he's able to siphon from these women and some of the ways that we now seeing. And he ain't the only one. Powerful men have cracked the code and understand the sexual and tantric magic. Put up in the post the other day.
See, here's the thing. Why do all these like these high up people have all these freak offs and freaky stuff going on? Why do they always have like these freaky parties and stuff, all these like sex parties? Why is Diddy having Cassie being banged out for hours on end while he's up there watching it, and all this, he's feeding off of her energy, and that makes him more powerful. Then he takes that energy and he's able to transmute that energy into money. Do you understand that women
into money?
Yes. into
wow.
wealth. That sexual energy can be transmuted into wealth by that woman giving her that. She probably had to go to sleep for days. Meanwhile, he's out there making deals, wheeling and dealing, and she probably had to go and take a go sleep for weeks to try to build her energy back up after sleeping with somebody for 8 hours straight. She's completely drained, and then meanwhile he's taking that energy because he knows how to set the mood, set the lights up, and he don't even have to have sex with her because he don't want to. He don't have the phallus to be able to really make it happen. So he knows how to suck the energy from both of those people having sex. He knows how to be on the side, probably chanting or doing whatever the heck he's doing, siphon that energy, and then go out, make deals, and boom, everything is happening in his favor. Why? Because he knows how to manipulate. This is warlock type of spell type of stuff. You get a person on different substances and stuff like that while they're having sex. They're completely wide open. They're opening up portals, guys. Be careful with substances.
That it reminds me of when a guy, you meet a guy and he be like, "Oh, do you drink? You smoke?" And I'm like, "Why is that the leading part of the conversation every time?"
They always want to know, do you drink? Do you smoke? Why? And especially marijuana. A lot of guys lead with, "Hey, do you smoke?" Why? Because when you're taking these substances, all your inhibitions are down, and they're able to really dig into your subconscious mind, into you go into another. You're not even there no more. Meanwhile, if they know what they're doing, they could just tap into your whole energy and just suck the energy out of you. And meanwhile, you get done, you're exhausted, you're tired, you're down for days, sometimes a whole day, and then you finally get enough energy to pull it together. Women, be careful about the substances that you take while you are having sex with these men. And you have to be with a person that you could trust, that's not going to just siphon off of your energy and then take your energy, and then they can transmute that and become successful. And meanwhile, you see a woman looking raggedy after years of being with a man, and he looked great and she looked like ragamuffin. Why is that? It's because he's sucking her. Every time she builds it up, he takes it out.
So look, it's crazy because I feel like I've interacted with warlocks before, but the thing is, I noticed a pattern when I did, which I feel like this person was a warlock also, start interacting with another person. He would call, like it'd be like 3 years went by, and he'll just start calling me, and I'm like, is this like, can he feel when someone else is trying to cipher my energy since he's ciphering it?
Yeah, that's how they could feel. Like, okay, this is my portal, I'm used to dealing with. So when you're with another person and they're used to going up in you and feeling a certain like power, and then when somebody else, they can feel it. Like, okay, I'm not getting the same energy that I'm normally getting from this situation. Somebody else must have been here to take that energy from. It's a little bit less fulfilled, less, there. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, at 100%. Same thing with women. We can feel if a woman got the energy that if she's got herself together, she can tell when a man's been sleeping with another woman, because she'll feel that energy of that other woman on that man. So everybody, every time they talk about spell work and all this type of magic stuff, we always think about the women, but we don't never talk about the male energy, sexual transmutation, and how men can also siphon energy from women, and how they can like just suck the woman's energy and then live off of it. You know what I'm saying? And become more successful from it. Listen.
It's an energetic siphoning of y'all energy when y'all are that surrenderous to us in the most intimate, vulnerable space.
When we're that surrendering, right? And normally it happens. It's not going to happen if a guy's like at like 20 minutes doing it. It usually happens with a man that knows how to have stamina enough to like keep going and going and going and going, and you're having O's after O's after O's after O's. And honey, at some point, you actually end up getting spent. You're all that you're just you're in a trance. This is I'm just saying it's happened to me before. That's why I'm able to talk about it. Like, dude, listen, we need to talk about what's going on here with these certain type of men that know how to do this. Let's go.
That shit supercharges a nigga. We can say what we want to say about Diddy. Look what this nigga has been able to accomplish. Largely due to the energy he's able to siphon from these women and some of the ways that we now seeing. And he ain't the only one. Powerful men have cracked the code and understand the sexual and tantric magic. Put up in the post the other day from Cam Newton. He was like, do you understand the power it is to conquer a woman? Consciously or subconsciously, these niggas be knowing, bro.
Cam Newton, how many baby mamas do he have? How promiscuous is this guy? You know what I'm saying? He got like about 8 kids, some kind of crazy amount of kids. He's out here just, same thing with the guy that Stefan, whatever his Diggs or Cardi B, right? Especially these athletes, all of them know about the sexual energy of women and how it will give them energy. They're able to suck that energy from that woman, especially if they are younger and probably a little bit more naive, and then transmute that energy into power for themselves if they know what they're doing. And we cannot be so stupid to think that these men do not understand what they're doing. Let's go.
That comes from purity and feminine innocence. They hunt that more than anything because that's an untapped portal. That young girl or whatever it is may have had sex before. This is a large reason why a lot of these men either consciously or subconsciously gravitate to younger women.
Hey, rich babes, it's Robin Milan, and welcome back to the channel where we do it the rich way, girl. We think rich, we get rich, and we stay rich, girl. So this month, we are diving into videos with that October energy, with the mystery, and the ever met someone who left you questioning your worth, right? Your intuition, your peace, but somehow you couldn't walk away. Yeah, that's Warlock energy, girl. And let's talk about it right now. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and share, and I'll be back shortly.
Here's 5 signs that the man in your life might be a warlock, which is the male version of a witch. Sign number 1, he comes into your life when you are getting close to God or you make the decision that you're going to get close to God. And that's usually because they want to show up as if God sent them. Number 2, they always come when you decide, okay, I'm not going to have sex. I'm going to be celibate. I'm going to be on my purity journey. That's when they always come in. Number 3, when you meet them, they immediately start love bombing you. And I'm talking about dropping money on you, taking you to the finest restaurants, doing all these things. Like as women, we want those things because that's how we deserve to be treated. But recognize that when somebody comes in off the gate doing those things without even knowing you, it's a love bombing tactic. Number 4, they cause you to question the things that God called you to let go of. So if God called you to stop having sex, if God called you to stop drinking, if he called you to stop going out to the clubs and stuff, these people will cause you to question those things that God called you to stop doing. Like they'll make little subtle things like, is that really a sin though? Like, is that really bad though? Like that ain't a bad thing though. And then you'll slowly start to catch yourself doing those things that God already delivered you from. And then number 5, you start experiencing delays in your life. You start experiencing delays, setbacks, and you could even start to experience death and friends and family around you. And in those times, those people will always be around because they show up like the comfort, but then they show up like the support, but really they're your attacker. So be mindful.
I seriously thought that more women knew about the whole warlock thing and men harvesting their energy. Obviously, that's not the case because so many women wouldn't be lost, drained, and losing everything that they worked so fucking hard for. Like these warlocks, that's what they do. They can't exist unless they have multiple women. They always choose the most powerful woman to keep as the main lady. See, warlocks, they really operate off of ego. And I mean, I kind of got a thing for warlocks, but you gotta know how to work with them. It's crazy because warlocks like to take the woman who is creative, who is strong, and who is pretty much going to be damn successful. She may not see that she's successful now, but they see it 10 steps ahead of her. She's usually really beautiful. A lot of people really like her or love her. She's walks into a room and demands all the fucking attention. Meanwhile, a warlock is usually a fucking loser who may look like he get a lot of attention and he puts on like he got his shit together, but he fucking doesn't. they be real stupid too. Like you having a conversation with them and you like, how the fuck did you not have common sense? But you so fine. Oh, let's not talk about those ones that will touch your soul and go into your canal and drain you for all of your soul, and then you start to look crazy, feel crazy, and act crazy. Next thing you know, you're on a bunch of fucking medication and you're taking Jack Daniels, 6 shots to the head. Love y'all. Bye.
Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I just wanted to deliver this message before I leave. I just wanted to say, you guys know those guys like that you meet, and they really don't have nothing, but you still try to just see the best in them, and then you get in a relationship with them. And then all of a sudden, you start to just lose everything. Your looks start going down. You don't even look the same anymore. You're not dressing the same anymore. You just slowly but surely turning into him, a bum. All of a sudden, you over there helping him out. All of a sudden, he is just on top. He looking better. He doing better. And all that. And then you look in the mirror and you look at yourself and you doing bad. That is what you call a energy vampire. That is what you call a destiny swapper as well. Men could be destiny swappers as well. So don't get it twisted, ladies. Be careful who you choose to be in your life. Because men, they will see you at your finest. You'll be so focused on yourself, so in tune with yourself, working, hair growing, drinking your water, eating your fruits, being a bad bee. And here come a man coming to mess it all up. He will suck you dry and he will leave you high and dry. So be aware, ladies. Bye.
You're scared.
So let's get into it. I mean, have you experienced that, Angel?
Yeah, I feel like I have. And you know what? I know a lot of people feel like that's hoish or whatever, but I noticed that when I was just like didn't really take it, took it lightly, like didn't put my emotions and feelings into it, and just kind of got my rocks off, you know what I'm saying, and focused on myself and what I was doing. It's more peaceful like that. It's the minute you get into a relationship with them.
So you think that when you get to the
and
relationship, that's when all the warlock stuff when you begin to want to commit
Yeah,
to that.
because I feel like, right, I feel like the whole purpose of the 8-hour, 9-hour rendezvous is to get you in your emotions or in your feelings, Because if you think about it, when women are like just kind of cold and like you cool, but you're not top priority of my list, they're fine. Because the man can't really control them without them being in their feelings. If they're thinking logically,
you're saying
they're not worried about, they're like, okay, yeah, I'll come, boom, and have a one night stand and keep it pushing. And they're fine. It's when they get them in their emotion, and I feel like that usually it's not just one time. It's when you stay somewhere too long. No, for real.
And then men will say, well, then you guys are being hoes.
But that's the thing. Remember, Queen Latifah said, I'm not a bitch, I'm a hoe. I'm
not a bitch or a hoe.
But no, I mean her thinking behind it was like, I mean, none of us has been with just one man. That's a rarity, right? Isn't that a rarity?
Right, unless you get like a young before they get out.
Yeah, like, a lot of people get married when they were young,
But no, she said, I'm not a bitch or a hoe. I'm not a bitch, I'm a hoe. That's hilarious.
Oh. All these years I thought you were saying I'm not a bitch, I'm a hoe.
I'm not a bitch, I'm a hoe.
No, she's like, I'm not a bitch or a hoe.
I'm not a bitch, I'm a hoe.
Oh man, you just knocked my hoe.
Well, I'm not a bitch, I'm a hoe.
I'm like, hey, I mean, if you had to pick with the greater of the two.
Queen Latifah did not say that, honey. Queen Latifah, listen, Queen Latifah, on the odd chance you might be watching.
I love her.
I'm bad.
Eggs in one basket. because a warlock knows the power.
Hold on. Oh, let's go. She said,
Rain down hell's rage, and I'm
A warlock will never put all of his eggs in one basket because a warlock knows the power and the potency of the womb of the sacred woman. The warlock will make sure that he has a main source of energy. This is the woman who will bear his children. This is the woman who he will go home to. This is the woman who will put up with the most of his nonsense. This is the woman who will stay with him when he is down and out. This is the woman he will leave once he finds the woman who will help elevate him into his come up. The war.
man, think about this. How many actors, comedians, had that one main girl they first had their kids with? Hell, even Kanye West had that one girl that he was in love with. Then he finally got to where he was going to get to. Then he's with Kim Kardashian. Dumps the girl that was his fiance. Beautiful black woman, by the way. Once he becomes famous, he leaves that girl that was there down with him while he was doing college dropout, everything. And then when he finally gets to the top, he's with Kim Kardashian. And now he's with Bianca Censori, right? And you see how he's holding them out, using their sexual energy to like become more powerful and more famous. Like let's think about that. I think that Kanye West is one of the biggest warlocks there ever was.
Really?
Hell yeah. He got these women walking around butt naked outside. What kind of dick is he putting down where he get that girl to walk naked? He is putting down the sword. You hear me? To make her willing, to make her feel to manipulate her mind enough to be butt booty naked out front and everybody. What's up, Barack Obama? We're talking about the male warlock.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything you're saying, but I think when it comes to guys like Kanye, I think it's about money. I don't think half the women that like him would like him if he was just a regular plumber or a regular Joe. I think the rules change when you get a little fame and you get a little bit of money.
Nah, because you know what? When you're in that situation, like you can have money, but you're still dealing with a human being, a person. You get tired of all that bullshit. But to make a woman actually like want to go outside and be butt naked, he is probably turning her upside down, the inside out in that bedroom. He is probably screwing her because every time you see anything about them is some sexual ish. I think he was outside doing something to her outside on a boat.
Half these rapper dudes or half the famous people I know of, they look like somebody I grew up with or somebody I know from the streets or whatever, and they don't have girls coming at them like that. It's when I always call, and I don't want to talk bad about Biggie, but you look at Biggie's first baby mother, and then you look at the one he married after he got famous, and that just describes 99% of the situation I'm talking about. And I don't want to put him down like that because I like him as an artist, but I got to be real. His first baby mother looks like him with a wig on, and that's a prime example of what I think the Jay-Z's. I mean, you got a few guys that are very handsome or very considered attractive. I understand that, but I'm saying overall as average. It's just like, do you remember that song by Mike Jones? Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me. I think that's the reality. He said that he was trying to holler at girls, telling them his album gonna blow up. Nobody wanted to talk to him. As soon as that album dropped, all the Beyonce's lining up for him. That's just the reality. I don't look at these guys, because like I said, I'm a man and I've been around a lot of men. I look at 90% of them, if they wasn't famous, I'm gonna give you an example. Somebody got
how they get famous. I believe they got famous not because they had talent, but because they're able to draw from that sexual energy of that first woman that they was with.
Well, first of all, you're not gonna get the opportunity to get a woman. Sometimes a woman looks at a man and know what she's gonna do. I mean, like dudes like, you know who got crazy swag? He reminds me of my nephew and his boys. What's that dude? A$AP Wack, the one that married Rihanna. Is that his name? A$AP Rocky?
They're not married, by the way, but go ahead.
I mean, yeah, his girl, his baby, whatever. You know what I mean? When you look like that with his swagger, he gets a lot of girls. Like I'm out in New York, and I notice guys like him. You know, I give props, and I'm like, even when they not famous, like just walking up the street, girls will try to holler at him, or girls will give him feedback if he hollers. But a lot of these guys, they just seem like cornballs if you just take away the fame and everything.
But we have to admit that, okay, so let's talk about it. Okay, Jay-Z, he is crazy looking.
No, he's not bad. He's an average looking. No, he's he just like Sean. He looks like Sean Carter from the project. He's a regular looking dude. He probably can get girls if he go hard, but they not gonna be stressing him. I'm not saying he can't get girls, because I think
you ain't no girl.
But I'm a guy, and I know how I've been treated, and I know how when women think you got something, they treat you different. I went to a party with a rap group, and the girls was basically throwing themselves at them. So since I was part of that tribe, they was throwing themselves at me. But I know if I wasn't with them, that would have never happened. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I don't give these guys too much props, because, like I said, I've been around, and I know I've been to spring breaks and everything, all down in Daytona and all down in Freaknik and all. I don't want to disclose my age, and I see what the women really was going after. If they thought you had money, if you was famous, or you was driving a nice car, they throw themselves at you. But when you look like a regular dude, them girls ain't coming at you like that. You're not even gonna get the opportunity to be a warlock, because they don't see you like that, unless you got crazy.
But hold on, here's the thing: is that, okay, when you think about a warlock, you're only thinking about a man that has a bunch of different women. But what she's saying here is that the reason why he is so attractive is because he's siphoning the woman, the sexual energy off of the woman. And then that sexual energy turns into money, turns into prestige, it turns into something. If a man knows how to put it down right, like, listen, with doing it the right way, you will end up manifesting.
But you're missing my point. If they're not interested in you, that's not gonna happen. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. If you get that opportunity, yes, but 9 times out of 10, if you're not what they're looking for, they're not gonna give it to you. So you're not gonna get the opportunity to. He's, like I said, when he got with Kim, Amber Rose, and all these so-called good-looking women, but they got a lot of fake up and makeup on. But I'm not taking nothing from them, because they're attractive to me. But at the end of the day, if you take away that fame, they probably wouldn't even give them the time of day. That's what you're not getting. If you get that opportunity,
well, you're not getting. Hold on.
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't.
What am I saying?
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't agree with y'all.
Okay, what am I saying though, so I can understand what?
No, I'm saying that if those guys didn't have the fame and the fortune, the way that they have, they wouldn't get a lot of the opportunities that they're getting. It's because they in that circle. But I'm just saying, like, if you take the fame away and bring these guys somewhere where nobody knows who they are, I don't see a lot of girls stressing Kanye based off looks. I don't see a lot of girls stressing a lot. Like I said, guys like with swagger, like I said, I use, for example, A$AP Rocky example, because I know guys like him out here where I'm at, girls be trying to holler at him like, oh, who's your man or who's your boy, whatever it is. But a lot of times these guys, these are just average looking dudes. You know what I mean? If you take the fame away from them, where nobody knows who they are, I don't think people are going to be stressing them like that. That's just my opinion. And I'm a man saying it from a man perspective.
Okay, so let's talk about it from a warlock perspective, okay? So this is Kanye West's high school sweetheart. Her name was
average looking girl, nothing to brag about, but go ahead.
Okay, well, let me finish, okay? So he was with her from high school since she was a young girl all the way until his 2004 debut college dropout, okay? Now, what we earlier said is that, okay, that these men will siphon the energy of that initial girl. Let's go.
Warlock will never put all of his eggs in one basket, because a warlock knows the power and the potency of the womb, of the sacred woman. The warlock will make sure that he has a main source of energy. This is the woman who will bear his children. This is the woman who he will go home to. This is the woman who will put up with the most of his nonsense. This is the woman who will stay with him when he is down and out, This is the woman he will leave once he finds the woman who will help elevate him into his come up. The warlock will surround himself with multiple women who seem to have a big break ahead. The woman who will see his facade the most will have just as much as he does or more. Her living situation will be seeming to be in good standing. She will not need him for really anything when it comes to day-to-day living. Her own car, her own job, her own house, and the favor of God will be very, very obvious on her. There will also be women who seem to have the favor of God on them that he will notice have that same energy, but they might not have everything else in order.
So what I'm trying to explain is that what they do is they'll siphon a certain woman's energy to a certain point, and then when they want to go to the next level, they'll siphon a different type of woman's energy, and all of this energy, it's catapulting them to the top. And the thing is that it's a siphoning of energy that's happening with these people that are in this celebrity status. They have siphoned so many different women's energy, and it helps them to become more successful.
No, I agree with that, but my point was, you might not get the opportunity if you was, because like I said, I think Kanye was already famous when he got with Kim Kardashian, who without all that makeup and plastic stuff, I didn't think she was that attractive anyway, because that's not what she got done to herself. That's not natural. I mean, they look okay and everything, but like take away that all that plastic stuff, I didn't find them really that attractive. You know what I mean? But they got fake lips.
Now, by the way, Samaya, this girl is absolutely beautiful. I believe very naturally beautiful.
I mean, average looking. Yeah, if you want to say that. I mean, nothing special. She's good looking in her own way, but nothing. Like if I got her number at a club, I wouldn't go home bragging about it to my boys. That's just me.
It doesn't matter. So listen, he met her in high school.
Yeah.
And was with her throughout college when he dropped out, and then finally until the day that he became famous, and then all of a sudden it didn't work out, and now boom, he's with Kim Kardashian. They break up, and now he done leveled up to, now he's at the point where he wants to be. She's no longer sufficient. Now he's on to Kim Kardashian.
Well, that's one thing.
And that's exactly what that girl said. She said that they will use that woman that probably would have had his children. Number one, like, I love you. We've been together 10 years. I am down for you. And then the moment he got to where he wanted to be in life, she was out and Kim Kardashian was in. And that's who he impregnated and had children with.
The one thing I don't like about black men in particular is that when they get status, they get something that's close, either white or close to white looking. I have a little bit of an issue with that, because a lot of those white girls that they with, I call them come up white girls, meaning that they don't have no real bread, you know what I mean? They don't have no real fame. They just light skin or white skin, and that's what they just seem to choose. Or that chooses them because of their, I guess it's a status thing. Because I never seen, since Kanye got famous, and maybe I don't follow him like that, I ain't never seen him with nothing that as dark as he is. I only seen him with something that looked white, damn near white, or non-black. That I have a little bit of an issue with that. Not that because like I said, you love who you love, but it just seems that when our people make money, when our people get on top, they try, like, when our people get on top, he's not marrying nothing that looks like that. I have an issue with that. Because at least we know that she loves him for him. Them other girls is just looking at the dollar signs and the fame and everything.
Right. So what I'm saying is that, like, at the end of the day, that whole 10-year period, he siphoned off of her. He built himself up. She built him up. She was there whenever he was going down, whenever he had an accident, she's there. All that is just pulling off of her energy to then become the Kanye West he is now.
Yeah, but she didn't reap none of the real benefits. The other girls.
Exactly. That is the point I'm trying to make, is that these men will siphon They will warlock you. They will suck energy. They will destiny stuff. I'm not sure what she's doing now. I hope that she's doing good, but I just think it's really interesting. Let's get back into this whole
Well,
discussion.
let's let the other lady give her opinion. Hey, John, what's her name?
Angel, you there?
She might have stepped away.
What are your thoughts, Angel? All right, let's get back into this.
All right, go ahead.
Email stalking you? I do. I understand it, but guess
I'm
who's
sorry.
What were we gonna say? What's your thoughts on it?
I was away from my phone. I couldn't push stuff. My bad.
So we were talking about the difference between Kanye West's first girlfriend and the fact that men will siphon off of a woman, especially like these famous men. They will have an average looking girl at the beginning, and then they will be sucking her of all of her little sexual energy, everything, and they use that. You know what I'm saying? Kanye West was in a car accident. He was looking crazy. She was still with him. Jaw looking jacked up, everything. She still was with him. I mean, all the way up until like 2004, college dropout hit, boom, whatever. He became successful. Guess what? Right at the pinnacle of his success, when they were supposed to be getting engaged, about to get married, guess what? Drops her, and a few months later ends up with Kim Kardashian.
But can I say this? I'm sorry, let me come out so you don't echo. Yeah, but I want to say this. Didn't his mom pass away around that time? Also, sorry.
Yeah, I think his mom did pass away. Yeah.
I think it's like the overall picture of it though would be like, some things happened and maybe he couldn't show up the way he could show up for her before, to where he just decided to pick what was on the frequency he was on.
No, he wasn't with Kim. He was with Amber Rose after he was with. I'm sorry, my bad. He went from that girl Samaya, whatever her name is, to Amber Rose, then to Kim Kardashian. So the more higher up he got, the more of a lesser, wholesome looking woman. This is Kanye West's first girlfriend.
Yeah, because he literally had to empty out his emotions, like all kinds of. He's not operating from an emotional point or feeling,
right.
He's dead inside.
Right. So she done picked him up from car accident, from everything. She done built him up. And then when he finally gets to this whole pinnacle of success, after he done siphoned all her energy. I mean, he probably sleeping with her for hours on end. They are loving each other. She's in love with him. I mean, he was with her from high school all the way up until 2004. I mean, college dropout. So how much energy was siphoned during that period, and how much of talking with him, how much of nurturing did she have to do during that time period? And then when he finally gets to the pinnacle of success, he dumps her. And that's what this girl is saying, is that these men, what they will do is, let me go back to what she said, is that now this woman that he initially was with would have had his children, would have loved him all the way down, all the way to the ground. Now, but then what will happen is that he'll get with a woman that probably ain't as quite as powerful, and that is that warlock kind of the mind of a warlock. Let's go. Hold on, let me play it.
Warlock knows.
She said a warlock will never put his eggs into one basket.
A warlock will never put all of his eggs in one basket, because a warlock knows the power and the potency of the womb of the sacred woman. The warlock will make sure that he has a main source of energy. This is the woman who will bear his children. This is the woman who he will go home to. This is the woman who will put up with the most of his nonsense. This is the woman who will stay with him when he is down and out. This is the woman he will leave once he finds the woman who will help elevate him into his come up. The warlock will surround himself with multiple women who seem to have a big break ahead. The woman who will see his facade the most will have just as much as he does or more. Her living situation will be seeming to be in good standing. She will not need him for really anything when it comes to day-to-day living. Her own car, her own job, her own house, and the favor of God will be very, very obvious on her.
So he went from a regular, average looking, and I'm just using him as an example of that warlock Hollywood warlock energy, and how they will use the average, have that one woman siphon off of her. And if you look at everybody in Hollywood, they had that one woman that they was dedicated, like 50 Cent, warlocked off of her, the baby mama, right? And now he got the Chinese girl or whatever he got right now. Mike Epps had the one. He said that his dark-skinned kids are jealous of his now light-skinned kids once he got up to success, and now he's got the new chick that he's with. Kevin Hart, Steve Harvey, all of these guys at one point had that one ride or die chick that they probably was getting all that sexual, all that reassurance, all that energy from, that helped them to become successful. That is warlock stuff. That's that spell, like that whole like love spell that you become underneath. Of I'm willing to do anything for you. I love you so much. Oh, what are you going through? I'm here. You're all women become all sacrificing, all everything for this man. And meanwhile, he ain't that sacrificing self to you. Because the moment he get to where he gonna get to or whatever, once he's siphoned off of your energy, then you could just kick rocks. And that's what I'm trying to explain, is that like there we have to understand this warlock type of a mentality. Let's go.
But I understand that female stalking you. I do. I understand it. But guess who's stalking you even worse than the female? That nigga. Man, listen here. When I go on my profile views, don't nobody visit my profile more than that nigga. You hear me? Them niggas. I said, I don't know what it don't nobody gossip better than them niggas too now. Listen, the niggas gossip better than the females, and the niggas stalk you more than the females. If you think that female stalking you, you should see what the nigga doing. You are the first. That nigga go on his Instagram, his TikTok, his Twitter, his Facebook, and he gonna search you and a couple more females every day on the daily. He gonna check your page every hour on the hour. Don't nobody stalk you more than that warlock. That warlock of a nigga.
And let me talk about this. See, when she's talking about stalking, this is an energy drain too. Giving dude your picture. The first thing a lot of dudes do, be like, "Can send me a picture." Why? Because they want they might be looking at your picture while they're pleasuring themselves, and you wonder why you're thinking about this guy. Early in the morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, you think about this guy. Why am I thinking about this guy? Because he is using your picture. Just there's so many different ways that people are using that they don't even understand this. This is witchcraft type of stuff. But people think witchcraft is just like putting some herbs together, double, toil and trouble. But like just looking at a picture and just pleasuring yourself and imagining and all these different things. Like we live in a plasma universe. Everything is energy. Everything is energy. So when that person is expending that energy into you on your picture and looking at you, he might have a pair of your underwear. You might have left something over his house. That's another thing. Be careful leaving things over men's house, because they got your stuff over their house. This is all, they don't even realize that. Like, listen, you're wondering why you're getting up in the morning at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, thinking about this guy, and this guy is pulling off your energy just looking at your picture. The imagery is to focus on your time and energy. See, this is a man saying that, the imagery. So the guy is looking at your picture, focused on you, and then you wonder why you're focused on him and you wasn't even thinking about him 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I've been stopped sending pics when requested. That energy always felt weird to me. Yes. It's witchcraft. I'm trying to tell people. People think that witchcraft is something that it totally is not. Witchcraft could be simply a piece of your underwear and he doing it to himself and got your underwear looking at it or whatever, rubbing it up against it, whatever, smelling your all that. It creates a vibration out into the ethers, and then now you rolling around in your bed, you thinking about him, you horny too, and you ain't even around him. So this is the type of like exchange I'm trying to express to y'all, because he might have did it to you and you felt a certain way, and now you're trying to recapture this feeling, especially when he pulls it away and he ain't giving it to you no more, and then now you thinking about him. He purposely doing this to manipulate you, to get you to surrender to him. This is another thing that men do. They will pull back from having sex with you, and then be doing all this stuff on the other side. Next thing you know, and it's voluntarily given, voluntary. So so if you giving him your stuff, he say give it to me, and you give it to him. It's almost like the vampire at the door. Let me in. You gonna let me into the house? And you let them in, and then now they're able to run rickshaw all throughout your womb, all throughout your life, have you in your mind, bouncing around in your head. You can't get your mind off of it. You wonder why. It's because I think that these men know what they're doing. They know it. They know that they have that sexual energy. They know that what they did, they didn't hurt you. Holler and scream their name, because they're gonna tell you to say their name and whose is it and all this other stuff while they having sex with you. Oh, you like this, and they saying all that, and now all this is programmed into your mind. And so when he pulls it back, and he over here on the other side, he creating like a memory and all this other stuff in your mind, and you're fantasizing now about this man. Let's go.
Check your profile views. You'll see that warlock in there.
And a lot of y'all are dating warlocks. A lot of y'all are dating warlocks, and y'all don't even know that y'all dating a warlock. You're dating him, and everything in your life is falling apart, and you don't know why. It's because he's a warlock. These are some signs that the man that you're dating, the man that you're sleeping with, is a warlock, and you need to get up out of there. One, he is an energy vampire. Whenever you're around him, you feel drained. Whenever you're hanging out with him, you feel very sleepy. I remember I was dealing with the warlock. I wasn't dating him, but I was talking to him. This man would take all of my energy. He would keep me on the phone with him for hours. The longest time I sat on the phone with him was 5 hours, y'all. Who's doing that? Literally every single time we would get off the phone, he would say, "Thank you for your energy," because he was literally sucking the energy from me. And initially I was like, oh my gosh, this man is so interested in me. He wants to just talk to me all day. No, he just wanted to learn as much information about me as possible, which leads me into sign number 2. Warlocks often do 2 different things. They mirror you, and they love bomb you. Initially, they want to be around you and they want to talk to you all the time because they want to find out as much information about you as possible. They want to find out everything that you love, everything that you hate, so they can be that exact person for you, or they can do those exact things that you say that you like, so they can woo you, so they can lure you in. So whether that's buying you stuff, whether that's cooking dinner for you, whether that's taking you to the movies, whatever you like, they're gonna try to do that. They want to embody everything that you like. So when the veil comes off and you finally see the person that they actually are, you at that point you're already hooked on them. That leads me into the 3rd sign. A warlock is going to want a destiny swap with you. Especially if you are a woman with motion, if you have things going on for yourself, you got your own business, you got a great career, you got money, you got your own car, pay your own bills, he's gonna want that. I know for my situation, this specific warlock will always ask me like, oh, how'd you start your business? Or how did you upload that video like that and it got that many views? Can you teach me? Can you show me? Like, you want a man that has his own motion. You want a man that has his own stuff going on. He don't really care that much or pay that much attention to what it is that you got going on, how you make your money, because he already has his own motion doing what he does.
In order to be free, you have to be honest with yourself and you have to call it what it is.
Hey, listen, Fody, I want you to come up here, child. But yes, stop giving your exact date of birth. Fody, can you come up here real quick and break this down because you can't you giving it to us in the comments, but I want to hear your voice because I know that you about to break it down, child. I hope you can come up. I just put the link in the chat. I'm gonna put it to you in. I'm gonna give it to you in the on Facebook. I would love for you to come up here and break this down because people don't believe me. I'm like, bro, he like if I have a Barack drama. He's like, no, like no, all men don't got yeah. All men do not have the ability to be a warlock, but the ones that do, they know what they're doing. The ones that have that warlock type of energy, that means that they have the energy within their loins to know how to get a woman to do what they want to do. They know what they're doing. Jay-Z is a warlock. I'm gonna tell you why. Foxy Brown, when she was with Jay-Z, was outright telling everybody about his sexual energy. Jay-Z, he has a lot of because he's not even somebody that like look at Jay-Z, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Come on now. Beyonce and Jay-Z. It's not his looks, guys. And it's not his money. It's he knows how to put it down and he knows how to manipulate a woman, you know, and I think he might have a little bit of feminine energy as well within him. And that's another thing. A lot of warlocks have a lot of bisexual energy to them. They know how to twist their hips and do a lot of like, you know what I'm saying? Watch out for like that kind of a man that's really kind of like in touch with a little bit of the feminine side. Those are the ones that got like a little bit of slight little because they probably grew up a lot around women. They know how to manipulate women. And they hear but what women say, and they know exactly because they pretty much. It's almost like they're part of a cauldron or something like that. They like listen to women all the time, and so they know a woman's mind. And then they start having sex. They begin to know a woman's body, especially if you find out a man who has been having sex at a very early age. That's another sign of a guy that might have a warlock type of energy because they might have been having sex early on, like they started off at like 12, 11, or whatever. That is where you know, watch out, this guy has been practicing. He knows a woman's body. Welcome to the panel, Foodie Fee. I was like begging. I was like, please come up here, child. I know you about to break it down, girl.
The beauty about it is you can't stop a predator from being a predator. You have to take the prey away. So in order for me to try to take the prey away, first I would like every woman to understand that every boy had a mom. And boys watch and listen to what their moms do. And there are a lot of baristas, priestess, naturalists, herbalists. This is a knowledge that is coming back. And sons are watching and have been watching for a very long time. I know what I trained my sons in. But in the magic realm, when you give up information voluntarily, it can be used any way given. It's like giving your thumbprint to somebody and knowing your thumbprint opens your phone. Your exact date of birth opens up your whole initial profile. And when it comes to people like me who understand as people move around, the only thing I have to do is adjust your date of birth for where you are right now and get a whole nother profile, because on the low, the astrologists who really know, they keep that from y'all. That's just a little silver coin from me to y'all.
So do you think that men are really into astrology that deep where they like are looking at your date of birth? Because a lot of guys will say, I'm not into that astrology stuff. Or is that like a lie that men tell so you know they don't think that you might know that they, you know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, I'm not into that. You know what I'm saying?
If that man can tell you, if you can give your date of birth and he tell you, oh, you a Libra, don't believe the lie. He just told you what he studies.
Right. Yeah. How would he know that you were Libra? Yeah. If he could just off the rip say, hey, oh yeah, I'm June. Oh, you're a Libra, and be like, well, I'm not really into this astrology. That's
I'm
another
not
thing that
really
they.
into that. What? Boy, you ripped that off the cut. Sometimes even I have to go, hold on, wait a minute, split in two. That's on that. Oh, okay. But he just ripped it. Oh, you an Aquarius. Oh, you like this, that, you see the world like da 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 da, blah blah blah. But yeah,
So then
I
he
don't
could
really
become
follow
that
that.
man. Then he could become that man that Aquarius or that whatever wants at that moment, as much as he can hide himself to like be that person enough to then be able to. And you know what's so crazy? What does these dating apps goes by? The first thing they put is your astrological sign.
I'm just saying. I want my sisters to stop playing the fool because you're the prey. You're the prey. You're the battery in everybody's back. You're the one everybody drains. And until you realize that, you will continue to be drained. Because again, in the magic world, it's do as you will. The addendum is do no harm. You don't have to do no harm. That's for those of us who seek balance or just want to be on the right hand path. But you have a right and a left side.
Do you think that a lot of these men know that they're warlocks, or do you, or they probably don't know the word warlock, but that they know what they're doing? You know what I'm saying? That they, oh,
Well,
okay,
let me ask you this. Don't you have a babalao?
yeah,
Don't he know what he doing?
yeah,
Don't the other men in your cipher know what they're doing?
yes.
When you have drummers who are drumming these beats out, don't you know they know what you know, the weaponization of the black man's intelligence is a beautiful facade. Black men have learned to weaponize their ignorance so well that y'all really think they're that stupid. And while they're playing that stupid game, they're betting you, slowing you down with kids, got your hair falling out, got you in the STD clinics. You can't seem to figure out or get a leg on what's going on. You think that's by happenstance? Even the most ignorant man knows if he puts a baby in you, it slows you down. He doesn't have to be a warlock to do that, but he does have to get permission.
Mm. And you think that sometimes, you know what, that baby will tie you to that man for life, and then he has access
For
to you,
wow.
and that means he has access to you possibly sexually for life. That means that if he pops in, you know, and brings some diapers one day, and you probably are horny, he might get to smash.
He might get the smash. He do right, he got smashed for life. Because, you know, again, a woman's heart is soft. Some women's hearts. But you know what? I'm loving that women are getting it. Women are understanding that the ritual of marriage does not benefit you. And if it does, or if it does, you'll see a lot of women that are divorced and or widowed. They will tell you, I will never go through that ritual again, because we don't even see it as a ritual. You're bound to this man with a gold cipher around your, and go find out what that ring finger means in palmistry. I'm not going to give it all to you because I don't get paid over here for that. But go find out what you're so happily slipping that gold ring on for. In sickness and in health, to death do us part. Okay.
So that's really even that ceremony in marriage is a occultic like practice of ceremony.
Yes. Don't you show up in white? Come on, tell me what white means. Because the groom doesn't show up in white. He shows up in a black tux. So come on, generally tell me what white means. Who shows up in all white?
Like what, purity, like a baby?
Or the sacrifice.
Right.
That is given away by her who?
Father.
To her what?
Husband.
When did she belong to herself?
Man, you cooking.
She doesn't even get her name, because her father's name is initially on the back of her name. And as soon as this happens, she drops her father's name in place of whose name?
Her husband's.
Uh-huh. And the children get named after who? Because it ain't her.
The husband.
Oh.
You know, earlier we talked about the matrilineal society and how initially all of like these Masonic groups and everything. We were reading from the Ea Nifa book from Ayali Kumari, and it was saying about how even in the old Yoruba community, also throughout Africa, there were these ancient like female societies that like had like all these secrets and magic, and even the Igungun like ancestral ceremonies were really ran by women. And the younger women told their husbands, well, the husbands told the younger women, well, you should get the older women to tell us the secrets. And the moment that the younger women were able to convince the younger women were able to convince the older woman to reveal the secrets, then the husbands of those younger women then began to attack the older women and impregnate all the young women at the same time, thus making it so that at the time of weakness that they were able to like take over the whole situation and behead certain people if they were to practice those things and everything. So I'm not sure if you got to see that part of like today's conversation.
What's new?
You know, so yeah, go ahead.
What's new? They took over midwifery. Like a man could know what a woman goes through during childbirth. Ever.
Yep.
Now look at us. A nation that taught people how to bring life into the world is now a nation that goes into the hospital and has 4 times likely come out not. You understand?
Yeah. And I talked about how even nurses, they were the doctors, and then they came up with a thing called a doctor, and now the nurses have to be underneath a doctor to even be able to practice medicine. But then they want to say, go ahead.
Stop giving away your stuff. Stop giving away your things. Stop. Put a cover on it. It's time for women to cover ourselves back up. You know, we decided that we were going to do what they told us to do. And we did it. Everything they told us to do, we did. And every time we did it, it was something wrong. So, as a military strategist, if I can't do anything right, that means I can't do anything wrong, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. If the road to hell is paved with good intentions, it means the road to heaven is paved with bad ones, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So, on those logics, Sisters, I'd like y'all to look around since we have the most educated, literal education. We are the most highly educated demographic, and I'm just going to say in North America. It's time for us to take the data that we get and turn it into usable data. When our mothers went through these things with our fathers and our grandmothers went through what they went through, they paved the way so we could have our careers, our money, our education. Your whole existence here has everything to do with making yourself happy. Go make yourself happy. Whatever that looks like for you, go do it. Go do it for the diaspora. Whatever that is. And center yourself. Since everybody else gets to be selfish and make the best decision for themselves, make the best decision for you and see what happens to the people around you. Maybe they'll become more self-sufficient as well.
That's what I've been waiting to hear. Thank you so much. Let's get into the male narcissist and that aspect of the warlock, because when we talk about narcissistic things, that narcissistic is a bell word for a person that does not reveal that energy right off rip, and all that is like a spell. Because let me just say this: romance is an invention, guys.
To sell chocolate.
Go ahead. Go into it.
To sell chocolate, diamonds, red cards made of paper. Come on, family. Come on. Come out of this.
But do you know about romance being an invention made in France? That was actually because women were not having sex with the regular people. Romance was created so that regular men could actually have access to women where they didn't have before. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of what that is, a story out of France. Yes.
So it's a poor man's game. It's not so a lot of this stuff that we find ourselves in, this spell work, right, is really based in a romantic culture that came out of Europe. And I'm gonna play this guy real quick and let you guys hear the truth about this whole thing. Because everybody, well, you're not being romantic. Well, you're asking to be lied to.
I'm getting ready to go to work. Thank you for having me up. I hope I imparted some information. Peace, family.
Thank you so much, Fundi. I've been trying to get you up here. Thank you for coming up. But yes, let's get into the lie of romance real quick, so that if anybody's befuddled about why we're having this conversation about warlock energy, that warlock energy really comes from a spell, love spell, right? Where you feel like you love a person and really it's just about a manipulation tactic. Let's go.
And this is Psych Hacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is the truth about romance. Romance is for men. This title is probably a shock to most of you, especially to the men out there. I'm here to argue that all the things that go into modern romance, the flowers, the chivalry, the bent knee proposals, are actually not for women. They're for men. This was a big realization for me, and it was even bigger because it was actually staring me in the face the entire time. It's so obvious that it's invisible to people. Now, before I get into it, please remember to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It costs you nothing. It takes less than a second, and it's how you can support me in my mission to deliver free, high-quality content to the world. Really, thanks for your help. Now, let me help you understand why romance is for men. In the pinned comment below, there's a link to this really catchy 90s song called Two Princes by the band Spin Doctors. I remember when I heard this song in the 6th grade for the first time, I made my mom drive me to the mall just so that I could buy the single, which I proceeded to listen to over and over and over again. The song just spoke to me. The song hit #1 on the US charts, and more important to our present undertaking, it perfectly exemplifies what I'm here to talk about. If you haven't done so already, listen to it yourself. It's really catchy. Now, the lyrics of the song tell the story of an age-old romantic trope. Two men are vying for the same woman. One guy is rich, he's established, he has status. As the song says, he's got diamonds in his pockets. But he apparently doesn't really love the woman. On the other hand, the guy, the singer, he's poor, he's got no future, he's got nothing to offer but his heart, but he apparently knows what a prince and lover ought to be. There's nothing new here. This is the same dichotomy you see in almost every romantic comedy or Hallmark movie, so who cares? Well, let me ask you a really obvious and stupid question. Why is this always the case? That is, why is it always the rich, powerful man who doesn't believe in love against the poor, down on his luck dude who does? Or to put it another way, why is it never the rich, powerful man who believes in love against the poor, down on his luck dude who doesn't? And it's an easy question because the answer is obvious. The reason why it's never the other way around is that it wouldn't be a fair fight. The woman would have absolutely no reason to choose the second guy. So there's really no reason to tell that story. There's no conflict because there's no contest. The woman, of course, would choose the rich and powerful man who believes in love. You understand? So what was the story before romance was invented? Like, how did it work in medieval and ancient times? Leaving aside the fact that women rarely got to choose their partners, how were men selected for women back then? Well, before romance, it was just the rich, powerful guy against the poor, down on his luck dude, which, like my hypothetical counterexample, also isn't a fair fight. The first guy wins every single time. And in those times, not only did the rich and powerful men get their pick of the choicest women, it wasn't all that uncommon for these men to have a whole harem of women. I mean, according to the Bible, King Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. That guy had 1,000 women, which means that at that time in that place, there was probably 999 other guys who were pissed at Solomon for bogarting all the best ladies for himself. But can you really blame the women? Why wouldn't they choose Solomon? He was the king. He had the money and the palaces, which means he could offer resources and protection. And he was wise and generous to boot. The other guys couldn't compete. Now, because romance was actually a historical phenomenon, it originated in the south of France in the 15th century, we know who invented it. Men invented it, more specifically, the chivalric knights of that time and place. And these men invented it for them, for men, not for women. And they invented romance in an attempt to compete with the rich and powerful men of their time for access to the best women.
Hence the whole trope of knight in shining armor. The knight in shining armor. The knight was broke. The king was rich. In order for the knight to get any punani, he had to come up with a thing called a romance. So how many of you women are dealing with knights and not kings? Let's go.
And this is because if a guy couldn't convince a woman that he had something special, something intangible that the king didn't have, there's no way he's getting laid. The truth about romance is that it's a strategy that lower status men have adopted in their attempt to compete successfully with higher status men for women. This is also why romance is a young man's game, because most young men don't have anything to offer women, but they still want to get laid. And if it works, it's a pretty slick game, because I, a lower status man, would have convinced you, an attractive woman, that this intangible feeling in my chest is actually more valuable and important to you than all the resources and opportunity that a higher status man could provide for you. I would have to be extremely smooth for that to work.
Keyword is
To be honest,
convince.
it usually doesn't. Women might think the second guy, the guy who calls himself a prince, is rather sweet and may even play around with him for a little bit. But they generally end up with the first guy, the guy who might actually be a prince and who can provide her with the kind of lifestyle that she would prefer. And this is just mind-blowing for me, because guys typically think that romance is for women. I mean, they don't want chocolates and flowers and poetry and jewelry, and they give these things because they think women do. But women still want Solomon, guys. Women still want the king, the powerful, wise, generous, rich alpha male. Things haven't changed because women's nature, like men's nature, hasn't really changed in the last few hundred years. The upshot is that romance was actually invented by men for men to help them compete with more powerful men who would otherwise completely destroy them in the sexual marketplace for desirable women.
So just like a man would probably not be with a woman that he didn't see desirable, the same thing happens with a man that a woman would go for stability and etc. So what are your thoughts on that, guys?
He basically was just saying the girl might go for the guy with the money. I guess that's the way I interpret it.
Well, he's saying that, yeah, he's saying that, but he's saying that the actual thing of a romance, like all the things that men do, is really because it's a facade, basically. Because you have to like manipulate the woman to even get her to. It's a manipulation tactic. Romance is a manipulation tactic.
Not if she's interested in you, you don't have to go through that. That's why I said it all depends on the situation. If the girl's interested in you, you don't have to play them games.
Exactly. Thank you. You don't have to play them games.
And if you do have to play games, then that's not, in my opinion, it's not the girl for you. I mean, when I went to a spring break, the only lie that I was using is I was telling the women, because they were a little younger than me at the time, that I was a grad student just out here on vacation. But other than that, if anything wasn't interested, because I was a little older, I have no problem with that. I don't really like playing games like that. Unless you just want to sleep with them, but it's nothing you're going to marry. Because if they're not interested in you and like that, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to happen. And from a male perspective.
Any thoughts, Angel? Okay, well, let's keep it moving.
Yeah, well, you want to show something else, or you want me to elaborate on that?
You can go ahead and elaborate. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's one thing I noticed about. One thing I learned, you know, I had a crazy lesson with women when I was my first job out of when I got out of training back in the day. I went to they sent me to a school. I'd never been to the school before, and it was high school kids, and I was like 22, so I was a little bit older than them. But I walked into school, and it was an all-girls school, which I didn't know, because my job just gave us a job, and we had to go there to do the job. And the girls were like, I don't know if their hormones were raging or whatever, but they was like, oh, there's a cute boy in here. When I walked in there, I didn't know what they meant, because I didn't know it was an all-girls school. They told me I was going to a school to make a delivery. And the girls were like, they were hounding me a little bit because they don't get that many boys in there. So my point is, if I was a little bit younger and the girl was interested in me, I wouldn't have to play those games. But if it would have been a situation in reverse, because I was in a situation when I was working summer youth, and they had college girls there. They wasn't interested in me because I was too young. They were like, I was like 16, 17. And they were like 22, 23. Some of them were in college and some of them were interning. So that's what I mean. Like, I've been in both situations where if I was a little younger when I was working in the school, because they were high school kids, and at that time we used to joke 15 will get you 20, which means anything that's under 18, I don't care what the situation is, and you're a grown man. That's what my mother taught me. You don't mess around with no kid, no matter how fine the kid is, because that can do you a lot of, that can ruin your life, and probably hers too. But that's my point. When people are interested, it makes things a little bit easier where you don't have to lie and play these games. You can just be yourself. When you got to lie and play games, it's nothing but trouble that's going to come out of that. It's not going to last. But,
I mean, yeah, clearly.
Yeah, so I've been in that situation in the same era, where when I was the older one, and I had to be the mature one, and then I was the younger one, and the women had to be mature. But like I said, if I was, 'Cause I never really. I had a lifetime of like not really good luck with women. But if one of those women would have slept with me, I wouldn't have said nothing. When I was my first summer job, when I was 16 and they was like 22, 23, because I would have been like, I'm just glad she gave it to me. My mother, nobody would have known about it. You know, but that's just me. I never had luck like that. Is it John? Angel, is she there?
She's probably there, but she might be, probably doing something in the meantime. But let's go. Let's talk.
All right,
And you have to call it what it is. Narcissistic males are warlocks. I'd be like, why would you say that? Because they use deception, do they not? They use trickery, do they not? They use manipulation, do they not? And they are the children of the devil, are they not? And this is why the enemy sends them to stop you. If you are a woman of God, you are anointed, you have a purpose, you have a calling. God wants to use you. The enemy will send someone, a narcissistic person, to throw you off your game, to trick you, to deceive you, to manipulate. This is why sometimes when people are in these relationships, you hear a lot of them say, I can't leave. I tried to leave or felt as if I was under a spell. Because the truth is you were, or if you're still there, you are. It's so crazy to me how sometimes when people would mention the word witchcraft, or the first thing they will always think about is a woman doing witchcraft, is a woman being a witch. They do not mention that males do witchcraft too. They are just called warlocks, that males deceive, that they manipulate, they bring the spirit of confusion just as much as some females may also do it. Men do it too. And let's talk about real witchcraft and real voodoo or doing stuff like that, or real spells. Males do it too.
All right, so let's go. Welcome to the panel, Man in High Castle. What's up?
Oh, nothing much. TJ Genesis. Welcome. Hello, everybody on the panel. Russ, Sean. Everybody doing well?
Yeah, everybody's here. Everybody's doing good.
That's good. Any warlocks coming after you, DJ Genesis, today?
No, not today.
What about you, sir?
Me?
Yeah, the warlocks.
Yeah, well, I don't consider myself.
I heard they don't discriminate against male or female.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they don't. But I don't consider. I mean, all of these lingos people got. I just consider myself a humble dude. I don't feed into those titles and all. I mean, whoever is. I just don't consider myself one. I don't think I'm above or below anybody. I'm just a regular dude. If a girl give me what's in her pants, I'm blessed. If she don't, then I'm unblessed, and that's it. That's how I look at it.
So is a black male or is the warlock of the day?
Say what?
Is the black male the warlock of the day?
I would probably say so, according to what I hear, but I don't consider myself. But to me, I don't like titles, because when you have titles, like people gunning for you, like they want to see a downfall. So I just want to blend in. I'm just a regular dude. If I meet a girl and we get intimate, I'm lucky, and if we don't, I'm just unlucky. I don't feed into the titles for my own self, but I respect anybody that might label themselves, him or herself, whatever they want to label them. Because I don't judge people, but I personally don't judge. I don't label myself like that.
But I would say this is that, so no one is going to label themselves as a warlock. What we're talking about is a warlock energy, right?
Right.
They're not like saying I'm a warlock. They're not standing up there with a witch's hat on, with looking like the character off of Lord of the Rings, or you know what I'm saying? God, what's the character? The dude with the white hat, like I'm a warlock, Grandar. They're not like up there like that. What they're doing is that they're using tactics, sexual manipulation,
okay,
to be able to manipulate women into being in a mindset of submission, in order to be able to get what they want out of them and leave them high and dry. And that is what warlock energy I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a person just a man that has no idea of his own sexual energy. I'm talking about men that know what they're doing in bed, that know how to use their sexual energy. I said earlier, pimps are warlocks. Okay. If you understand the pimp and hoe game, right? What happens initially is a man that's a pimp will have sex with a woman, especially a younger woman that don't have that much experience. He will take her through there, so to speak. And then after that whole thing is done, that woman thinks that she's in love with that man, right? After that, he'll introduce her into that whole lifestyle of hoeing. And okay, so you said you're willing to do anything for me. Okay, well, I need you to sell your body for me. Well, you would normally have sex. This is the type of stuff that pimps. I've watched enough
from a long time ago, right?
You know what I'm saying? Well, you're having sex anyway for free, so why not charge for it? That's manipulation. That's a spell. So they don't initially introduce that, but there's some men that are so great with their mouth, right? If you watch Pimps Up, Hold Down, some of these men are so great at spell work they don't even have to have sex with you. They can talk you into doing like what their will is just by speaking these things to you. You understand? By saying, well, hell, you already do it anyway, so why not just do it like this? You know, you know what I'm saying? And then they will get you into a situation where now you are selling your body on the streets as a prostitute. And there was a whole movie about this called Pimps Up, Hoes Down.
Yeah, it's a documentary.
Right,
Yeah,
the
you know, the
male
thing is,
equivalent to the Jezebel spirit, right?
yeah. Do you think there's a certain segment of population that is susceptible to being lured or attracted to the warlock energy?
I think it's usually a very innocent type of women. You know, that's why when
Is
you look
there,
at pimp culture, most of them are getting women that are at a very young age to be prostitutes. It's also women that are probably like saving or trying to get closer to God. Like I said earlier, like it was in the thing earlier. People that are trying to like preserve themselves. Well, I'm being celibate right now. I'm trying to like get into my God energy and be closer to God. Then you have this guy kind of come along, and you know what? I'm not a Christian, but you know when you talk about that devil energy, that testing energy. Oh, okay. Oh, you're trying to be closer to God, huh? Then they come with a big old phallus, and now what you trying to do now? You know what I'm saying? So we gotta be careful about
and
that.
giving into is that weakness?
Well, I believe so because that man, if he don't have your best interest at heart, and you let that man lay you down, and you're in 100% submissive position, where that guy is, I mean, especially certain men where they have a very powerful energy with in between their legs, can like just sit there and just get you all up out of your head. You know what I'm saying? Up out of
So
your sort.
about how many women, how many percentage of women have that in the United States are
Have
susceptible?
experienced that? I think
That are susceptible to that warlock energy, percentage wise.
I think it's a very large amount of women that are susceptible.
Okay, so there's no percentage.
I mean, there's no one did a study on it. Come on now. What
Right.
you know?
It's probably like
Let's
1%.
so and then there's also a siphoning of
1%.
energy. There's also a siphoning of energy that happens as well when you have that kind of warlock energy. When you have a guy like, you know, taking you all the way through there, lying to you, whatever, and you're just giving everything, giving information, giving this, and they know who you are, they know everything about you, and then
A
there's like
sucker
a
is
whole
born
thing.
every day. Yep.
Let's go.
I knew a nigga was trying to siphon my energy and give it off to the poor piss holes in his family. Motherfucker would wash my clothes with they clothes. When the fuck have y'all ever heard a motherfucker doing some shit like that? That is some next level borderline dark shit. I don't even wash my clothes with my kids' clothes. So if that ain't a way of exposing a motherfucker doing some dirty, weird shit, like, you want to wash my clothes with your sister's clothes or your auntie clothes or your mammy clothes, but I can't touch your clothes? let me tell y'all something. A bitch didn't even know she was dealing with a warlock until she was dealing with a fucking warlock. Story time. Wonder how the fuck we got there, right? So I was in a relationship with a fucking warlock, and a bitch was not spiritually woke. A bitch was. So now, you know, I don't judge a book by its cover. So, you know, a bitch coming up in the family, being as loving as I am, being as dope bitch as I am, right? Just for me to get around this family to peep, not judging. Nobody really ain't got shit going on for real, but hey, who am I to judge? So I come in with pure intentions, you know, motherfuckers.
Now, we can already say that this woman is probably not at any high level or anything because she's already referring to herself as a bitch. But let's hear the story. Let's go. Because she's already saying a bitch
Ain't
this,
none,
a bitch
ain't none
that,
of these
nigga
women
that.
ever innocent. They're not innocent.
Right. Calling herself a bitch. That,
Nobody innocent.
But you know, there's younger kids. Let's go.
Scoping the scenery. I'm scoping the scenery. You know, it's given soul flame, soul tribe. It's giving all of this, right? And so bitches really start observing the dopeness in me that they was lacking in their motherfucking self. To the point, I realized I was dealing with somebody that was a part of a fucking cult. And what's crazy is, it'll appear good and all peaches and cream with us in the relationship. Nah, whole time this motherfucker would take my energy, whether it's through sex, my emotions, and pass it off to the next bitch or the bitches in his family, right? And I know y'all probably wondering, like, bitch, how the fuck do you know this? Ho, my money flow like water. It always motherfucking have. So out of nowhere, I get around these group of motherfucking people and start humping on the motherfucking, and my shit is drying up. My shit drying up, huh? And I ain't nothing changed up, but with the motherfucker I was fucking, right? Oh, okay.
Okay, my love. So let's get real for a second. Like, can we just get real for a second? Okay, because listen, we've all encountered warlock energy in one form or another. The person who studies your kindness just to use it as a tool, the one who senses what you need to hear and not to love you, but to control the way that you feel. So when I say he wasn't a man, he was a warlock, I'm really actually talking about emotional alchemy, like people who twist energy to keep the power. And it's not always romantic. It could be a friend, it could be a coworker, or even a family member who knows exactly how to keep you emotionally off balance so you never outgrow them. Okay. And here's the thing. Warlock energy thrives in your confusion. The more uncertain you feel, the easier it is for someone to shape your perception. So, how do you actually break this spell? Step one is that you just recognize the patterns, girl. Like every time someone makes you question your peace, that is your red flag. Okay, like pay attention to how you feel after the conversation, not just during it. Okay, step two is detach emotionally. Warlock energy feeds on reaction. Okay, silence is your sword. Like once you stop explaining yourself, their magic loses power. Step three is reclaim your light. Like get grounded in who you are again, girl. Journal, meditate, pray. Like, girl, you need to be.
And I would say this is that, you know, a lot of times, you know, when you get to doing this, you'll if you notice, especially like some dudes will play the whole ghosting game, come back, ghost, come back. The moment that you begin to build yourself up and be like, okay, well, he's gone, I'm gonna just go ahead and focus on myself and do it'll be weird. Like right when you're at the pinnacle of that, it's almost like they have a alert goes out, and when you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna start dating, and it's like a damn bat symbol goes out, and then they will contact you. I've had situations with men where, well, I haven't been with that many men, but with the few men that I've been with and the ones that were kind of having this warlock kind of energy, where like at the moment I'm like, you know, I actually had to try to do some stuff to get his energy up off me. You know what I'm saying? And I swear to goodness, I heard like a thing say, "Hey, why are you trying to like?" I was doing some energy work, got some energy work, and I heard a voice like say, "Why are you trying to get rid of me?" It was crazy in my head, right? So I'm getting this work done, and it was like, why are you trying to get rid of me? And I swear to goodness, I saw like a dragon, like in my image, like the vision, I saw like a dragon, and then that dragon like kind of dissipated into an iridescent light, and then I was able to get rid of it. I swear to goodness, the moment I got up off that energy work table, this person called me. That's how you know, because like I said, we men, they might not know exactly what they're doing, but they know what they're doing. And when you do certain things to like remove that energy, the way that you also know that they're dealing with like kind of like not just a regular sexual energy, but a spiritual sexual energy, is at the moment that you try to get them out of your system, they get to calling you, they get to being more intense about you, and it's really strange about how that even works. Like it's almost like they know, like, oh, you're trying to get rid of me, you're trying to like not like, it's weird. Like, what? So the reason why I know about this is I've experienced it. You know what I'm saying? I have experienced it firsthand that is a warlock type of a thing going on. These men are like, they might not say I'm a warlock, but there is a manipulation tactics and all these different ways. Like I said, if you are bedding a man and he's putting mirrors up and saying certain stuff like, whose is it and all this other stuff, and you screaming out it's yours and all this other crazy stuff, be careful about saying shit like that. It's
So
yours.
may I ask a question? May I ask a question?
Yeah.
With everything that I've heard thus far, all right, warlock, men, 1 or 2 or 3 might have done this at one point to you.
No, I would say I would say 2 in my lifetime.
Okay, 2. All right. Well, at the end of the day, what Sade asked, is it a crime that you still love him?
It's not a crime.
Is it a crime that you still love him? I want you to think about that.
Well, what I would say is that it's not a crime, but
of course not. So he did justice. That's what was supposed to happen.
Well, yeah, it is, because you know what? That those things happen to make us stronger, to make us understand where we are in life, and then to be able to like point out exactly what the situation. Because
every straight man should understand this as a young kid. Growing bank account, big balls, big dick. Ain't nobody gonna stop you.
Be getting around women who can pour back into you. Your glow is your shield, okay? Because here's what they don't want you to know. The most dangerous woman is the one who learns how to regulate her energy. When you master your emotions, manipulation no longer works. There was a time when I confused connection with control. When someone's intensity felt like love, but it was really possession. Oh my God. And that's how so many of us get caught in the cycles with emotionally unavailable men. We mistake the chaos for chemistry. But the truth is, like, love will never drain you, girl. Real love won't make you lose yourself to prove your loyalty. So if you've ever dealt with a man who made you question your intuition, who used silence, charm, or guilt to control the dynamic, please understand this. It wasn't love, it was energy manipulation. And also, my love, you don't owe him no closure, okay? You don't owe him no closure. You owe yourself peace, okay? So from this moment forward, you break the spell by refusing to engage in what drains you. Like, girl, you stop chasing expectations and explanations and start chasing elevation, girl. Like, you stop begging for reciprocity and start setting standards. And
let's talk about reciprocity right quick. Why is it that in these relationships that men, like, especially in those, like, why wouldn't a man want reciprocity? Because they're getting their fill from multiple different women. Period. It's like they don't have time to give back to you because they're getting. And that's all it boils down to, is a certain type of man that is able to have that kind of a sexual energy is getting it from multiple different women. So therefore, you're just a person on the list of people that they're getting it from.
Is it a crime?
Well, it's not a crime, but it's kind of effed up too at the same time. So let's go into like another person
Peace.
talking.
I'm being asked, Yanga, does a man know when he's a warlock? In our understanding, a man isn't born knowing he's a warlock. What he's born with is force, intensity, gravity, and perspective. The ability to shift rooms without even trying. But power without language isn't properly announced. It leaks. And what he learns early isn't power. It's difference. He feels more than everyone else. Closeness brings him calm. Attention regulates him. Emotional intensity quiets the noise inside. Now, he doesn't say, I'm a warlock. What he says is something is missing. Warlockism doesn't start as a choice. It starts as accidental regulation. A touch steadies him. Desire grounds him. His emotions being mirrored relieves him. His nervous system learns before his brain does that external energy works. And without initiation, the mother's in containment. This lesson becomes habit. Habit becomes identity. And identity becomes craft. And by the time he finds out what he truly is, he's already adapted around it. This is what makes the failed initiate so dangerous. Not because he chose darkness, but because no one taught him to hold the power without feeding. See, the initiated man recognizes himself hindsight. The failed initiate only recognizes himself after damage. Yanga say peace.
So you understand? Go ahead.
Not to understand, but I got it. I got the understanding that this new age wave is this is like the third. This is like new age 3.0 on steroids.
It's
right?
not new. Well, we'll say we
It's
can
all,
say
no,
it's
it's
new age.
all new age stuff.
I'm gonna
New
say this:
age.
new age,
It's
right?
all new age.
Before there was new age, we were actually people when they got married, they were in arranged marriages. There was no romance. The falsity of romance didn't exist, and so yeah, it is a new age thing. It is. We're in 2026, so yes, this is a new age concept of that is happening, and people are just
3.0
now
on
beginning
steroids.
to understand that this is a falsehood. Like the lie of like the romance is it's a falsehood, and so we need to understand the energy behind when people are putting like using manipulation tactics to be able to siphon energy from each other.
Who's we?
Energetic
Like
siphoning
people from
of
ages
y'all energy when y'all are that
50 and
surrenderous
below?
to us in the most intimate, vulnerable space. That shit supercharges a nigga. We could say what we want to say about Diddy. Look what this nigga has been able to accomplish, largely due to the energy he's able to siphon from these women and some of the ways that we now seeing. He ain't the only one. Powerful men have cracked the code and understand the sexual and tantric magic. Put up in the post the other day from Cam Newton. He was like, do you understand the power it is to conquer a woman? Consciously or subconsciously, these niggas be knowing, bro. Energy that comes from purity and feminine innocence. They hunt that more than anything because that's an untapped portal. You know, that young girl or whatever it is may have had sex before. This is a large reason why a lot of these men either consciously or subconsciously gravitate to younger women.
Hey, rich babes, it's Robin Milan, and welcome back to the channel where we do it the rich way, girl. We think rich, we get rich, and we stay rich. Exactly how to use their words, their charm, and your emotions to control your energy. And listen, have you ever met someone who left you questioning your worth, right? Your intuition, your peace, but somehow you couldn't walk away. Yeah, that's warlock energy, girl. And let's talk about it right now. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and share.
Like, subscribe, and share. But when a situationship, relationship, whatever it is, get you to the point where you are questioning. You can't leave this guy. There's something that's pulling you to this guy. Whether he's aware of the energy he has within his loins or whatever it is, his personality or whatever, that is a specific energy that we cannot pretend like this does not exist.
It don't exist.
It does. Let's go.
Sign number one is that he carries a dark presence. Sign number one, he carries a dark presence. Sometimes you don't need to see someone's actions to know something is wrong. Your spirit can just sense it. Okay. One of the clearest signs of a warlock is the dark presence they carry whenever they're nearby. You can feel it. They can be standing behind you and you can feel something and you look back like, what is that? What's going on? You can sense it. You feel a weight, like an eerie discomfort that's kind of hard to explain.
Look at their facial expressions or their eyes. That will tell you everything you need to know. Let me break it down for you. Number one, when you're in an argument with them, when you're arguing with this person and you're really hurt and they're saying something very evil and demonic, or just talking about your looks or your family or your sick mom or something evil, they're doing something evil, and you start to break down and you start to cry. Look at their facial expression and look at their eyes. It almost seems like they're excited, like when somebody just got a good news or something good just happened. When you look at their eyes, they have this like almost like a smirk, and you can tell that they are happy. You can tell that they are getting joy from seeing you this hurt and seeing you in this much pain. Another way to tell from their eyes when something good happened for you and you're telling them and you're overjoyed and overexcited and you're trying to tell them, look at their face and look specifically at their eyes. They have this blank stare, almost like they're not there, almost like you're talking to a brick wall. Excitement or any kind of emotion is something that is very contagious for normal people. This is why when you're watching a movie and you see a person in the movie cry, sometimes you end up crying. Or you see a really sad romantic scene, you end up tearing up or crying. Or you see a random person crying. Maybe you're scrolling on social media and you start listening to a story time and the person starts to get emotional. You start to get emotional. Or you're watching, social media and you see somebody super excited and they're dancing and they're laughing. You start to smile. Something good that's happening for you, they have this blank stare. You can't tell if they're happy. You can't tell if they're about to blow up. You can't tell if they're about to cuss you out. You just cannot tell. They're just blank. It's almost like nobody's home. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The third most dangerous, most scary, most demonic sign is if you're in a heated argument and they feel like they're being exposed, or you said something that really triggered them. Let's just say they're mad. Their stare goes blank. Their eyes go black. Narcissistic rage, you've seen this. It's almost like their whole body is taken over by a demon. Their eyes literally go black. I don't care if it's a person with a blue eye, black eye, gray eye, green eyes, brown eyes. Their eyes go black.
That's their pupils dilating.
You feel like you're staring.
That is their pupils dilating. So, like, I don't get it why people would say, well, this doesn't exist. And there's people... I've experienced it.
People who are there, I'm going to say this. It doesn't exist. It shouldn't get anyone upset. But what I do think exists is excitement. People are excitement. There's a lot of thrill seekers. There are people who don't even know they were thrill seekers. And guess what? Now they're pleasure seekers. There are people who avoid thrills, and then there's people who avoid pleasure as well. But those who avoid pleasure, it's because they understood they were once thrill seekers or pleasure seekers. Now here they are, kicking the old New Age gospel. This is a very lucrative time too, especially to spit the New Age gospel right now.
Well, honey, we're in a new age, baby, so call it New Age.
That's exactly what I just said. This is the New Age gospel.
We're not in the ancestral times. We're not in the.
This is the New Age gospel.
It's a new age.
This is the third wave of the New Age. The first wave was in the 1800s. The second wave was in the 1900s, and this is the third that's been going on for a while now in the 2000s. You know, it's not shocking. This is what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be lucrative too. But I'm hearing a lot of
I don't see where the lucrativity comes from with broken families, because people are in like okay, let's go.
At a demon. You feel like you're in the presence
This is not
of
happening
a
to
demon.
everybody.
And then if you see that and they just black out and do the most gruesome things, there's your sign. That's like the topping on the cake or whatever. These people, they show who they are most times from their face, but most specifically from their eyes.
A man who is a warlock carries a certain energy and he has a look. Something feels off about his eyes, the way he looks at you, something feels off about it. In today's video, I'm going to tell you the kind of energy warlocks carry and the things they do to women. The way his eyes slowly turn from happy to dark within seconds. It is like the mask he was putting on, he completely took it off when he wasn't recording her. You see this look? This is the look. This is the look. This is the look. Every woman be very keen. If a man's face completely switches from extremely happy to extremely sad to something else within seconds, it just seems like there is a switch in his eyes. These are all signs. Make sure you stay tuned and watch this video till the end, because there are a lot of things we are going to be exposing in this video. Let us dive into it.
These are the top signs that he's a warlock. Flashing money on social media, warlock. Bragging about money 24/7 on social media that they got, warlock. Drinking, smoking, partying 24/7, warlock. Trying to sleep with you the first night that he meets you, that's an obvious one, warlock. Trying to use money and resources and material things to manipulate you to sleep with him on the first night, warlock. Those are the top signs. So watch out and save yourself.
I know I look crazy. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell y'all something. Warlocks, demons, they are fucking real. Okay? Low vibrational niggas, motherfuckers that seem emotionless, motherfuckers that love bomb you in the beginning and then disappear, ghost you, start acting all weird and shit. We live in a spiritual world. Okay? This world is motherfucking spiritual, y'all. It's spiritual more than anything. This world is spiritual. Spirits, they don't need nothing but a willing vessel. Motherfuckers that's low vibrational, so broken and damaged, don't want to heal, prefer anger, bitterness, rage, and wants to hold on to that. Those are the type of souls that demons, warlocks, demonic spirits attach themselves to. Those are willing vessels. Before they even know it, they decide to deal with the devil. Okay? That demonic energy will completely take over a nigga's soul. Females too. Demonic spirits are real. People who have demonic spirits, they know when you are a light worker. They know when you of the spirit, of God's spirit. They don't even want to look you in your eyes. They know. They know who you are. And they know that you know who the fuck they are. That's why it's so important to pray and tap into your gift of discernment. Tap into your gift of intuition. A lot of y'all out here falling in love with warlocks, and I'm not, no shade. I had my own motherfucking experience. And I'm not talking about my husband. He's definitely not a warlock. He's not a demon. But I had an experience with a nigga who I thought might have been a candidate for a future love interest, if you will. Demon. Now, these folks, they have these demonic entities attached to them. Are their soul, is their soul fully demonic? No. They have an entity attached to them. They have the power to get that motherfucker off of them. Some people be in too deep, they don't even realize that they've been completely taken over by a fucking demon. That's why you be careful getting drunk. Why you think they call alcohol stores wine and spirits? When you're drunk, when you're too intoxicated, when you're on drugs, you're low vibrational. Why do you think a lot of people do crazy shit when they drunk and they wake up the next day and they can't remember what happened? Because a demonic spirit has taken over. There is a reason.
And let's talk about that. See, a lot of things happen, especially with weed, you know. If you know any, crazy situation, people smoke weed.
You smoke weed?
Very young. No, I don't smoke weed. You'll see a lot of young girls. They get introduced to that weed, and that weed will get them in getting easy pickings. They get to drinking, going out to whatever, mix the weed and the alcohol. Honey, you might as well hang it up. So I'm trying to tell you is that there is a thing to people like with the substances, with the sex, and all these things that people need to understand that sex is not meant for this type of it's not meant for what it's being used for. Let's go.
Why they call liquor and wine stores, wine and spirit stores. You put too much of that poison in your body, and it gives them the opening. It opens the door for warlocks, demons, and demonic spirits to take over your body, which is your soul's vessel. It's almost like putting your true soul in the handcuffs and taking over your body, and you can't do nothing about it. That's why you gotta stay close to God. You gotta stay prayed up. You gotta tap in here. You gotta tap in with self. And the best way to do that is meditation. People always like, it's hard to meditate. I can't make my mind be quiet. I've been thinking about what I'm gonna make for dinner, the movie I wanna watch, having sex, whatever the case may be. You have to quiet your mind. Focus on your breathing. This is how I learned. I focused on my breathing. Telling myself in my mind, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. You practice that consistently, and next thing you know, you will enter a beautiful world in the spirit. I can't really share too much. You have to experience yourself. It's not for me to share. It's not knowledge that spirit wants me to share. You have to tap in, y'all. It's more important now than ever to tap in, because these warlocks, these demons, they're real. I see a lot of women complaining about, oh, well, he loved by me and then he ghosted me. He disappeared on me. He act like he don't have no emotions. He just don't care about how I feel. Warlock, demon. Females too. Females that be going crazy, yelling, screaming, pulling your hair, trying to fight you, doing all of this crazy shit over nothing. Demon. Low vibrational. Demonic. Run to God. We live in a spiritual world. Get y'all shit together. Get y'all prayer game the fuck up.
And here, the God within, on this end, we're not talking about God without. We're talking about God within. Go into yourself and focus on what you need to do to better yourself. We over here, we don't talk about the God on the outside. We talk about the God on the inside. This is an E-File channel. I'm an E-File I'm a Olarisha. And a lot of time we think about God on the outside, but we don't talk that much about the God on the inside and making sure that you got your shit together. Going, you know what? Meditation is a great thing. People want to call it new age, but I'm going to tell you this, like sitting in a body of water, go and get your tub and get some good smells in there and just sit in that tub and meditate and think about everything going on and work it out in that tub, in that water, because water is a little bit more deeper than what we think it is. We just think that water is just water, right? The water, I believe, has memory. You speak it into the water. You say, look, what water healed me from whatever it is. You really get into that, and you will say it's new age, but I'm going to tell you what, I believe that the people from the olden times and the sages were using water, A lot of times the things we call new age are ancient practices that we're just coming back into.
Are you offended by new age term?
The term new age, nothing is new underneath the sun. I don't think there's anything
Are
new
you
about it. I'm not offended by it, but the use of the word new age, there's nothing new underneath the sun. So therefore, there's nothing new age about anything. Everything has always been there. So new age is actually
just a genre. It's a subculture.
It's dumbing down things that always existed, and that's where I'm getting into.
Okay,
it's a subculture. Stop chasing motherfuckers who have no interest, who don't give a fuck about how you feel.
Hey, how's it going?
They don't care for a reason.
I'm sorry.
That's all the answer that you need. Stay away from these motherfuckers. Watch who you sharing your body with. You literally could be sleeping with the devil or one of his minions. Even pay attention to the sounds they make when they hug you, when they touch you. They got this, like, I'm telling you, I know I sound crazy, but I'm telling you what the fuck I know and what I've experienced. Even during sex, they'll try to scratch. Listen, y'all better look it up, Google it, pray about it. Because you barely can trust Google these days. Pray on it. You heard it here first. It's your girl, the mic say, Mr. Shaw. I'm about to do my hair and put my eyelashes on and all that bullshit. But this message was on my soul right now, so I had to give it to y'all.
Witches and warlocks have a serious staring issue. A monitoring spirit is what we would call it. They stare at you to try to siphon your energy, to study you, to assert dominance, to intimidate you, to scare you. And it's probably a plethora of other reasons that they stare at you as well. They are super creepy. There were many a times that I caught my warlock just staring at me. And he still do, because I work with the motherfucker. I just catch him in the distance staring. And each time we make eye contact, that bitch turn his head real fast. fast, overly obsessed, overly mesmerized, overly mad he didn't break me, overly mad I upped my value. Imagine trying to break and humble somebody and it ended up backfiring. You got to see me every day glowing and growing, getting the attention that you want, overall leveling up in life. Y'all, I don't know what the fuck I do. I'd probably go home and cry every night. No exaggeration. Like, he probably accomplished those things with his past situations, but baby, this is a different breed. My mama, my daddy, and both sides of their family been trying to break me since a young age. It has yet to happen, and that damn show don't stop at no nigga. All right, y'all, we done got off track. Seriously, the motherfuckers just stare. If you work with them, they gonna stare at you. If you in any proximity to them, they gonna stare at you. When you sleep and you wake up, baby, they gonna be staring right at you. They're creepy. They are mentally ill. Stay the fuck away from them. Wonderful.
Everybody with charm is not magical. Just because somebody know how to get down in that bedroom does not make their ass spiritual. Some people know how to use that energy, know how to use sex, attention, psychology to bind, influence, manipulate, and drain you. The way you can tell is by paying attention to your body and how you feel after being in their presence. Now, for instance, you sleep with somebody and your energy changes, it shifts. And I don't just mean feeling tired. Mood shift, your confidence drops, your anxiety rises, clarity disappears, your motivation dies. Ever seen somebody get with somebody else and you notice their glow is just dimming? That person just sucking the life right out of them, because they probably are. I mean, go into this relationship feeling so powerful, leave it feeling more confused than ever. Feel heavy, attached, emotionally dependent on somebody that you never really needed for real. Let me put y'all on game. Real manipulation happens with that nervous system, not in the bedroom. After sleeping with somebody, just pay attention. If you start overthinking more or obsessing over somebody irrationally, you start feeling like you losing your emotional center, you feel emotionally unstable, pay attention. That damn sure ain't no love, that's energetic imprinting. Healthy connections feel safe, they feel grounded, they feel secure, they feel clear. If you've been sleeping with a warlock or a damn witch, guess what you're gonna feel? It's gonna feel intoxicating, obsessive, like I said, hot and cold, like you don't know which way they're gonna go. Unpredictable, magnetic, but very unstable. You don't feel loved, you feel pulled, yeah. You feel hooked. Sometimes you even feel possessed, unable to detach from this person, and you wondering why. See, the thing is, this is where they get you, because that sex be real good. Afterwards, you do not feel peaceful. You feel attached. There is a difference. Let me give y'all the sauce, because I want y'all to pick up on this immediately. When they start mimicking you from the very beginning too perfectly, yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to really pay attention. This one is very dangerous because these people actually study you, become your favorite personality, your emotional twin, spiritual match, your intellectual equal. You trying to gaslight you and say, I've never met anyone like you. Shit, of course you haven't. Or you're very different. I feel like I've known you for forever. That shit do be feeling and sounding good. But it's because they're mirroring your subconscious. That's high level emotional intelligence mixed with charm. That's exactly how people bind others psychologically. This is where the self-checks become really important. When you notice that your boundaries start disappearing, I'm gonna need you to pull back. You had standards, you had rules, and you had limits. Slowly but surely, you start explaining more, you start tolerating more, chase more, you compromise more, you accept more, just more and more bullshit. It's wild because somehow you don't remember when you stopped actually being the prize. Ain't nothing romantic about that. That is subtle dominance. I want y'all to hear this shit clearly, ladies, because these men be out here doing way more magic and spells than us. But the gag is, real warlock energy does not overpower you. It actually makes you give yourself away willingly. You're gonna also notice they feed off of attention, not intimacy. These people are addicted to admiration, validation, desire, control, emotional reaction. They love being wanted, being chased, being obsessed over. They absolutely love feeling needed. When it comes to emotional safety, consistency, vulnerability, and let's not forget accountability. They ass gonna vanish, poof, in the middle of the damn night. Once you understand, they aren't there to bond, they're there to feed. Energy feeders don't want love, they want influence. Clock this T real good, because your life starts stagnating while theirs starts improving. This is a sure sign. Just out of nowhere, after you connected with them, now your business start to slow up. Your focus drops. Your creativity is now feeling so blocked. Are you noticing your money starting to feel real funny and tight? Spirit feel foggy? But then you take a look at their life. They glowing and shit. Everything looks like it's going so good. Expanding. They confident. They winning. They energized. And I ain't hating on it. I know when 1 + 1 = 2. And I know that ain't no coincidence. I know what it looked like when one nervous system stabilizes and the other destabilizes. This is more of an energetic imbalance. Also disappear and then reappear to regain control. This is one of the classic moves of a witch or a warlock. They vanish. They ghost. They go cold, they avoid you, and they come they raggedy ass back trying to reignite the passion. Guess what they do? Disappear again. Why? Because unpredictability creates addiction. It damn sure destroys emotional regulation. Then it bonds the nervous system. This is called intermittent reinforcement. This is one of the most powerful psychological binding tools that you will ever learn about. I want to know the biggest sign of all. You stop feeling like yourself. Intuition dulls. Your confidence just fades away. Identity blurs, and your center starts to shift a little bit. You can't really explain why. That's when you'll know. That's when you could say to yourself, this is not love. This is a lesson. Most people that others refer to as witches or warlocks, they're not healed, okay? They are wounded. Narcissistic, they're also very highly intuitive, also highly charming. They don't necessarily cast spells. They cast attention, validation, influence, draw, desire, and confusion. I want y'all to hear me.
And all that is spells, by the way, guys. People think that spells are you saying, you know, double, toil and trouble. No, spells are words used to manipulate energy. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. Anybody have a thought?
All I know is that many months ago, there was a program on here on alchemizing energy previously. And we were talking about the Bakor and 21 and the warlocks. And at that time, if I remember, there was a pushback on when I had said there was this new age development where it's incorporating more of the Ifa, or Ifa today is incorporating more of this new age stuff. And then also the whole semantics of warlock. Oh, it's European. But now I see fast forward currently. Oh, it's more acceptable now. You know, we call people warlocks and everything like that. It's going to take time to realize that this new age stuff, the 3.0 on steroids, what we're in right now, is very lucrative. People should not shun it. They should look at the growth of it.
So here's my question. So you're talking about the lucrativity of it all. You know, I'm not making any money off of new age. I'm just talking about energy. Where is the lucrativity? I mean, there are people that are into that are like new age, you know, philosophers, and it's lucrative to, you know, Tony Robbins and people like that. You know, The Secret, the book, the Gaia Network. You know, that's
they're
like
from,
kind of new age.
They're from the second wave. Yeah, they're from the 1900s. This third wave, which is right now, is very lucrative. Yeah, you could be from the 1900s and make this third wave new age movement money. But at the same time, this is the new age wave right now. This is beyond that conscious movement that was in the early to the late.
So by you calling it new age, that means that
this is the new.
So by saying it's new age, that means that you're
wrong with new age.
You want to dismiss what they're saying. Like, who cares if it's new age? Are there people out here manipulating? Who cares? So you want to call it? No, listen. You want to call it new age. You want to say it's lucrative, but are you? That's not the point. The point is are there people out here manipulating people with sex, using sex as manipulation?
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Was
forever.
P. Diddy manipulating sex? Yes or no?
No,
they put the name warlock on it, but the bottom line is that manipulating people through sexual energy is a thing that has been happening since the beginning of time.
Yesterday, today,
from
and tomorrow.
Women and from men. So the bottom line is that you want to say it's new age, but all I'm doing is taking a ancient thing that has existed for a very long time. You want to make it into new age. And say that it's
so as an equal practitioner, you believe in warlocks, yes or no?
No, what I believe in is that there are people that know how to manipulate energy, spiritual energy, and
they're warlocks.
I believe that there is a thing. What is called now is a warlock energy. Okay, that's all I'm doing right now is discussing that. So, and mainly I'm really focused on the energy and not the word.
Again. The strongest
selling
magic
some
on earth is tampering with that nervous system. The real protection, it ain't really got much to do with sage. It's more about boundary, self-worth, emotional regulation, clarity, nervous system safety. When you centered, nobody, and I do mean nobody, can bind you. When you are whole, nobody can drain you. You know, if you ever want to go deeper with me, you can click the link in my bio or head to my app, youaura.tech. I'll get in them comments and let me know your thoughts. Peace, love, and light, and gratitude for watching.
What are warlocks? Warlocks are spiritually initiated males. Okay, they are just the opposite of a witch. Okay, they use dark, deceptive, manipulative, and parasitic spiritual power.
Dark, manipulative, and whatever spiritual power. Is that new age, or has that already existed?
The new age is only talking about it more and more. These people are new age. These people are new age.
They call it different things at different times. They call it different things at different times, right?
Anybody who's talking about divine feminine.
Back then, it was a thing called the twist, right? Now they call it twerking. Okay. Before then, it was African dancing, whatever. So people give different definitions over time to different things that are different things. You want to call it new age? What I'm calling it is what it is manipulation tactics that people are using to get control over another person. But right now it's being called warlock energy that men are using. So what else? What was the?
Is it a crime?
What was it called? I didn't. Who cares if it's a crime? It's being done.
So where's the perfume to ward off the warlocks?
There is no perfume.
Oh,
It's
there
just
isn't?
the perfume. You know what the perfume is understanding what it is and know what it is, and so you know when you encountered it.
So there's no amulet to ward off the warlocks.
There is no amulet. It's knowledge, understanding, knowing yourself. That is the amulet. The amulet is self-awareness and understanding what you're dealing with.
One moment. People in the algorithm, if you can hear my voice, this is the man in a high castle. To earn more money, understand there's going to be to earn more money, there's going to be a growing segment of people who are going to need information and knowledge and wisdom to how to ward off these evil spirit warlocks that are dick bombing and spiritual bombing and sex bombing these hoes out here. We're gonna need some amulets, some product, some cologne to ward them off too. You know, very lucrative. A lot of suckers out here, a lot of money to be made. I send that one out.
All right, so that's not what's happening on this channel. So whatever he's talking about is not what's happening here. So this is not the channel that new age thing that he's speaking of is happening. What we're talking about is self-awareness, understanding, knowing thyself. Okay. We're not saying you need an amulet. We're saying you need to get the amulet of your heart and understand what you're dealing with. And the amulet is called discernment. Know when you're being manipulated. That is the amulet.
Which is wisdom, right?
Wisdom. That you don't have to spray. You can't spray wisdom on yourself. You have to have it within here. So what I'm hoping is that somebody that's had this happening to them can watch this video and then be able to say, you know what, this is happening to me. All right, well, this is how I deal with it. Okay, because we're gonna deal with how to deal with it next. The first thing is knowing what's happening. The second part is how to deal with it. And how to deal with it is not spraying some perfume on yourself or burning a candle or lighting some sage or taking a flower and rubbing it across your asshole. You know what I'm saying? How to deal with it is to deal with yourself and to understand what you are and know the difference between manipulation tactics and reality. The biggest thing is stop being so damn nice to motherfuckers. That's going to be my next step until I tell you other shit. The next step is going to be stop being so goddamn nice. And why? Because I was nice. Trust me, nice is actually not a good word. Nice means stupid. If you actually look it up, the etymology of the word nice means stupid. Let's keep going.
Warlocks. Warlocks are spiritually initiated males. Okay? They are just the opposite of a witch. Okay? They use dark, deceptive, manipulative, and parasitic spiritual power. Now, these men, knowingly or unknowingly, sometimes they're unknowingly aware of their actual spiritual power.
Again,
Get that
every
money,
person
sis.
that has a warlock, so-called warlock type of energy is not aware that they are harnessing this within a whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're just
that money.
they just know how to do it, right? So the bottom line is this not about like some amulet. I'm not selling you no damn amulet. I've never sold an amulet everywhere any on my channel. So I don't even know why he's talking about this on my channel about people selling amulets. I've never sold. You don't even know my website for my software engineering business.
And that's a great question. File DJ Genesis at Alchemizing Energy and Precognosis. See? Now everybody
They
knows.
use their energy for very, very dark things. Okay?
I would say this. If you file that's not my business name anyway. My business is not that. So whatever.
The reason why you attract
Name the
warlocks and
name
why you
so
keep
people can
bringing
follow
them
you.
into your auric field is because of your light and your codes that you carry. It actually activates their power. Yes. So they're hungry for your power. They actually like to go out and deal with women that are very spiritually high ranking and their frequency is very high. They're hungry for your energy. These men are very secretive. They mirror your energy instead of building with your energy. They mirror it. So whatever frequency, this is why sometimes you get them, they feel like they come off as a narcissist, but they could be a little catty. But no, it's like you can be catty, they're going to mirror the cattiness back. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They drain you. They know how to seduce you. And they also carry a very wandering spirit. Notice how sometimes warlock's spirit is all over the place. It's very wandering. They're not grounded. They're not stable. And they don't know how to build solid foundations the right way. The key is to understand that warlocks are, one, they're energetic parasites. They are, two, spiritually manipulative. Three, they're emotionally deceptive, very emotionally deceptive. They use sex as a ritual. Their number one thing to do to get you binded to them is through sex. It will drain your feminine power centers. They will literally shut down all of your chakra centers. What are we on, number 4?
I'm gonna tell you what, I've had a person do this to me. I've had a person, and it took me days to like. Man, let me tell you something. When a guy comes at you with this type of energy, it will have you kind of laid out for some time. It like kind of regroup yourself. And I remember this is the first time I've ever experienced that because I'm not a very promiscuous woman. So when I experienced it, I was like, what the? I'm tired. For days. I had to like lay in bed, like, oh my God, like I'm exhausted. And then, I had to like take some time to kind of like build myself back up. Like, what the hell just happened there? So I'm trying to tell y'all this. Listen, the man in High Castle is a man, so I'm not sure if he's experienced, but I know that, there's women that do the same kind of thing, drain a guy. Drain all your fluid out of your body and everything like that. You just doing coming over and over again, and you dehydrated, you tired, you done screamed and howled, but everything you done did for like a long period of time, and then you just down for like man, I gotta drink some damn electrolytes. You didn't say it all this stuff, mentally, everything. I'm saying. So go ahead.
Yeah, is that a question?
I have a feeling that you think that you probably be the one dishing it out. I don't know. Go ahead.
I think life is, I don't have any hangups, but I've gone through my share of things where you have to remember, I've always been active. I've been active since 1996. But at the end of the day, I can say I do remember a time where I was partying hard. and I was taking tours wherever I wanted to go prowling. And I did find someone that I was prowling, and she was interesting. And she was an Aquarius. And she had the all-seeing eye as a tramp stamp on her back. I was disappearing from action for a while. Like, people could find me, don't get me wrong. But when it was all said and done, I went to my baby mom's house at the time, before she was my baby mom's. And I just crashed there to get my electrolytes and everything like that. I even had one of my neighbors say, dude, you're turning gray a little bit. So I've lived a life just like Mark Anthony's song, Viva whatever. I've lived that life, you know? And as a grown man, like I said, I don't have hangups. It's just, you're supposed to arm yourself and protect yourself, defend yourself.
Well, this is not for the person that you figured out how to do this. People that don't know how to do that.
Yeah. So when I say New Age, look at their names. Do you see Archangel Metatron? So these are all like New Age concepts, even though these are Hebraic or Hebrew type of themes. This is all, it's all encompassing in the New Age, especially in the third wave. There's nothing derogatory by pinpointing the subculture that's hitting the algorithm, whether someone wants to deny it or not. This is what's going on. Whether if it's people, the young kids dressing up in the in all black, what's it called?
So is twerking New Age? Is twerking New Age?
No, that's from, they got popular in the 1900s.
Right?
You know?
Isn't that New Age?
No.
Actually,
how is twerking New Age?
Was not in the 1900s.
Is that a question though?
People were dancing.
Yeah. That's
twerking. Twerking didn't come to.
They had a different name before that.
Right.
But long story short,
so all this stuff.
Twerking is twerking. We're talking about something that's more.
Different name is still the same thing.
We're talking about right now where people are talking about, my healing centers, my pituitary gland.
So are you trying to say that they didn't talk about that in the ancient times?
We're talking about specifically those who are practicing New Age right now. This is what they're on. They've always been like that. They're always talking about horoscopes, the zodiac birth charts.
So they weren't never talking about horoscopes back in the ancient times? They didn't talk about that?
This is the third wave.
No, I didn't. I said that's a yes or no question. Did they or did they not have horoscopes in ancient times?
No, they didn't read like that and write.
They did. So they did not have horoscopes. So horoscopes is a new thing that came up in
horoscopes
the 2000s.
is a Greek damn word. No.
Okay. So when did the New Age start?
The New Age started essentially in the 1800s.
When were the Greeks?
The Greeks are still alive. They're just not the ones that.
When did the horoscopes come out with the Greeks? In the 1800s or prior to that?
You should know, right? Because you want to know about the horoscopes.
No, that's a yes.
You're trying to connect dancing and twerking with the horoscopes.
No. What I'm trying to explain to you is that you're trying to make things called New Age, right? And what New Age do is it dumbs down things that existed a long time ago.
It's actually giving a revival.
By calling things New Age, it makes it seem like it's something that it's a new thing. It just because it's New Age don't mean it's a new thing.
It's not derogatory.
Astrology, astronomy. Hold on. All these things have existed since the beginnings of time, like very early on.
It's giving y'all a boost if you're angry at it.
No, I'm not angry at anything. It's not New Age though. It's not new.
Oh, it's definitely new age
There
today.
is nothing new
You just don't like the
the
term. You don't like the
I
term.
don't like the term new age. No, I do
Right,
not.
I got you.
Because when you new age something, you diss
The new term new age been out longer than
when you say the word new age, you distance it from the ancestral past that it came from. By saying it's new age, you give the white people that are doing the new age thing
Oh, now it's the white people's time.
yeah, new age is morely a white thing. That is not a black thing. New age is white.
I thought on alchemizing energy we don't do race.
No. People of color, okay, have been here well long before the new age of white people have so-called discovered this information. So when you say it's new age information, you are giving reverence to the new discovery of things that have existed in ancient times and give them reverence for what has always existed.
So
Astronomy,
someone
not done. Astronomy, astrology, horoscopes, all these different things, the tetragram, all these different things, tarot, all these things have existed prior to 1800s. New age is like 1800s and on, maybe when a new group of people figured it out. The white people that came from Europe they're figuring out the Egyptian stuff, and now it's called new age. But no, honey, this is ancient information. Y'all are just now figuring it out. This has been existing. Yes, people of color, black people, always knew this stuff. The new age people are now figuring it out. And so when you say star and this, that, well, honey, it probably wasn't called star. We're speaking in English now. Back then, it was an ancient Egyptian or Yoruba language or whatever languages that there were back then, Hebraic or whatever the languages were, Aramaic. But they had words for all the things that we're speaking of now. So to call it new age, it dismisses the ancient origins of all this stuff. Nothing is new under the sun. It is just a recasting of information that has always existed. So I don't agree with calling something new age when it's been existing before that. That's where my point of contention is. It's like, oh, y'all, this is some new age stuff. Like this is ancient. Men have had power in their loins way before people began to talk about warlocks. Okay. We call it warlock now. Back then, I mean, it's sexual, spiritual energy. Knowing
So
how
do you believe in warlocks?
use those things as manipulate. It is a word used to describe an energy. That's all it was. So you're thinking of warlock as an actual person sitting on top of a mountain. I'm thinking about energy. When I speak of warlock energy, I'm speaking of an energy of a certain type of a male energy. Just like you have the divine feminine, you have what people call it a witch, right? You call women witches. Well, there is the opposite of that, which is a male kind of a witchy kind of energy, which is really about a wise woman, a person that's really into like that that aspect, tapping into the dark feminine energy. You have a dark masculine energy too. So the bottom line is that all this stuff, so every time when we talk about like spell work and craftsmanship, all this different thing, you only hear about women, but men have the same energy too. And I'm showing that equally as you have an incubus, you have a succubus. Equally as you have a siren, you have a male version of the same thing.
And these are all European terms, according to you?
Well, no, it's not. I'm saying it existed before Europe, but Europe has the current definition of it, just like you call it New Age.
There's nothing wrong with New Age.
Well, there is when it's existed prior to the New Age. Our ancestors knew about this stuff way before any New Age philosopher ever discovered it.
How would our ancestors feel about having a white?
So to call it
New Age. How would our ancestors feel about having a
New Age is to dumb down the ancestral knowledge that has existed prior to and way beforehand. I'm just saying it's a warlock energy because that is the words that people are using now. It does not mean that it is something that only started up in like the last 20 years.
and these are new age concepts.
No, they're not. See, when you say
warlock energy,
warlock word is a word, okay? Oh, listen. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth. You're
the one who kept on doing it.
You are throwing off my show. I'm trying to talk about the energy of this whole thing. I'm trying to teach people. You're trying to make it into new age bullshit.
I want to move on.
Okay, well, let me move on. Listen, Millennial, can you come up here and help me with this? Because I can't, Our ancestors and before them followed the stars, constellations to get to places on Earth, whether it be north, south, east, or west. Okay. What is the divine masculine then? Yes, exactly.
It's all bullshit. It's all new age bullshit.
Right. He thinks it's all bullshit. So therefore, it's see. 1 minute he's like, "Oh, new age is no big deal," but then he'll say
lucrative.
So he uses it as like bullshit. It's lucrative. Listen, do you have anything left to say? Because I'm about to I'm gonna get back to my show.
Do you have your show? I'm listening. You keep on doing it.
No, because I don't want this energy of this is like a money grab or whatever. I don't like that energy.
I didn't say you're part of the money grab. You're taking it to heart. I haven't said anything negative towards you.
Like no one on these things are talking about money. They're talking about the experience they have gone through with the men in their lives, and I don't understand why you're talking about a money situation with the new age. That's not what's happening. They're talking about like these men that have manipulated them into a thing, and why they feel this way. So if you're not going to be talking about that, then you either need to leave or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, you can still be here, but let me finish my show. All right.
Please do.
Okay.
Millennial, get your ass up here to protect her from this warlock energy.
That was 5. We on number 6. So number 6, they are also very jealous. Who are they jealous of? Not only do they become jealous and envious over you over time, but they become jealous of real divine masculines, real men they become jealous of. These men will literally feed off of your gifts and not your heart. They don't know anything about heart-centered energy. So they feed off of your spiritual gifts instead of your actual heart. It will make you, like, when you're in the presence of a warlock, it will make you feel like, what can I give to this person? That's how you know you're in the presence of a warlock, because you want to feel like you want to give. It doesn't feel like you don't have to give them anything in exchange for love in your heart. Okay. They also like to seek influence.
This is 100% true. I have been in this situation. Like, it's like, you need to like do something for me, in order for me to show you anything, that is a why, like go and find someone that you really want to be with. This is the part that I don't like, that whole give to me bullshit that goes on.
And not intimacy. Warlocks know nothing about being intimate with a real divine feminine or high priestess or empress energy. Remember, a man is going to touch your heart. A warlock wants to touch your timeline. One awakens you while the other drains you. One is going to build side by side with you while the other is going to bind with you. Okay. And when I mean build with you, either they're going to come in as the protector, the grounder, the stabilizer, and you're in your purpose or mission. One of you have a purpose or mission. You may have a purpose or mission actually together. They're going to want to build on that. They're not going to want to come in just for influence. So ask yourself this: if you think you're dealing with a warlock or you're around one, do your life expand when you're around them, or do your life shrink when you're around them? Which one? This is around. Okay, these are around. So make sure you're not exchanging any type of energy or giving your light or your codes to any type of warlocks.
So they're calling it warlock, but this could be anyone, a succubus. This could be any kind of a man or any kind of a woman that is sucking the energy from you. You are giving, and you look up and you have nothing left, sucking you dry of your energy. This is, and so right now we're focused on the male aspect of that. We'll do the female of the same thing later on, but I'm just letting you know this is the male aspect of warlock and the divine feminine. We'll do the same thing for women in the divine masculine. You're up here, you're trying to like better your life. This guy comes along. I believe it's a test. They call it warlock, but I mean, this is like a test. It's a test to your to you as a human being of like, what are you willing to put up with? Let's go.
Okay. I love you guys. Have a beautiful, blessed one. If you feel like you're being binded to a warlock or you have some type of energy, make sure you check out my website and book a soul decoded and contract cancellation. Cancel the contract with the warlock.
And here's the thing, you don't even need to do that. Go take a bath, meditate, do some things, say certain things to yourself. And I get what he's saying. The Man in High Castle, this is very lucrative. Again, she did go onto my website. But the bottom line is that these things do
throwing
exist.
you an alley-oop, but you're getting real sensitive. You don't realize it.
One that's very handsome and attractive, and some see someone that's scary. He has warlock eyes. That's what's scary about him. And like we said, the veil is lifted. Some people ain't woke up. The people that ain't woke up see someone that's attractive. The other ones that say he's scary, we see what's behind them eyes. I'm telling you. Men, have you ever heard of glamour magic? Y'all don't believe men do just as much witchcraft as women, and that's the problem. That man, I ain't gonna say he's a warlock, but he know a thing or two. He got warlock eyes. He has warlock eyes. Me personally, people don't believe it, but there's things that you can do with your eyes. I learned this when I was really, really, really young, and I can still do it to this day, right? But there are certain things that I can do with my eyes, and I know that it'll make the other person feel or do something that I expect. And that always happens. And the general will say, stop looking at me like that. And I just be looking at them. When they say stop looking at me like that, it's because they kept eye contact with me after I was looking more into their spirit. So they felt naked. It wasn't that I was looking at them in a kind. Sometimes I can just look at you, and then sometimes I can, look at you. It's a difference between me looking at the person's face and me looking at that person's spirit. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm telling you, he got warlock eyes. That's exactly what it is. I guarantee you, he uses his looks to reel women in, and baby, probably ain't hit on shit. I ain't gonna get into all that because I don't know he's hit on shit. He could be a very nice gentleman, but he looks like he harvests his energy of women in particular by dark shit. I don't know. I could be wrong. My opinion.
Any of these things I'll be saying in this video, if you're dealing with a man and you feel a certain type of way in his presence, something feels off about the way he looks at you, or something feels different every time you hang out with him, you sleep with him, or you link up with him. And if anything I'm going to be saying relates to your boyfriend, your man, your husband, your baby daddy, girl, you're dealing with a warlock. Number one, there is an intense, heavy atmosphere around him. The atmosphere around him or his presence feels so intense and heavy. And then you have the feeling of being watched. You feel like you're being watched, or you feel mentally pressured. If you experience any of this in the presence of a man, you're dealing with a warlock. If his energy feels off, heavy, intense, you feel like there is some hidden force around him, you're in the presence of an evil spirit. If his presence feels intense and heavy, it is because there is an evil spirit roaming around. And he has a strong charisma or hypnotic presence, or a cold electric-like atmosphere in the air, extremely charismatic and confident, hypnotic. For some reason, you feel drawn to him, and it is not in a positive way. It is more like lustful, charming, or tempting. But they hypnotize you with their presence, their words, their eyes, the way they look at you. They are doing that to purposely tempt you and lure you. His energy may feel dark, shadowy, or mysterious, like a tingling static in the air. His presence feels powerful and overwhelming. It is as if he carries a hidden force. Let us talk about a warlock's eyes. His eyes often seems very piercing, or there is an intense gaze. The way warlocks look at women, the way they look at you, he's looking at you like he's undressing you with his eyes. It's like he's looking right through you, like he can see through your soul. His eyes may seem to glow faintly, and his gaze can be intimidating. Have you ever seen a man look at you and you feel, I don't want to say shy, but a little bit scared, a little bit intimidated? A man can look at you.
I've had experiences where a person could like look at you a certain way, and honey, you got to look away when you catch their gaze. You look at their imminent eyes, and you're like, oh shit, like, oh my god. the way that they're looking at you is like, ooh, like I don't know what to make of this. Welcome to the stage, Creative Solutions. What are your thoughts? Creative Solutions, is your mic?
Damn warlock energy.
The damn warlocks is stopping her mic. Let's go.
And you feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable not because there is something wrong with you, but because of the way he's looking at you. For a man who is a warlock, his eyes are unusually reflective, or they are bright in dim light. Eyes that feel like they see through a person, and he can see through you, see through your soul. One thing I've noticed with warlocks is they always have this, they deliberately have intense eye contact. For a man who's a warlock, there is always intense eye contact. The way he looks at you, very intense. Now, let us talk about what warlocks do to women. They charm and seduce women using spells and enchantments. They control emotions and attraction, making someone fall in love with them or become obsessed with them. They do this through sex, through manipulation, love spells.
They do it through sex. I want you guys to focus in on that aspect. Like, I mean, the love spell, I don't know. Manipulation, yes. Love spell, yeah. They could be romantic. They do things and they can make you feel like you're just caught up, you know? But when they come with the sex, listen to the things he is saying to you during sex. These things can like be manipulation tactics because you're in your most vulnerable state, right? And so, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys understand that the body, just like when you're eating something, right? Your body breaks down to digest it. You understand what I'm saying? Like certain organs kind of shut down so you can digest your food. Same thing happens during sex. There are certain sounds you make that actually are understandings of like certain organs shutting down to focus on the reproductive act of sex. Ooh, ah, oh, all those words, all those sounds you make when you're having sex are actually the sounds of certain organs beginning to shut down so that all the blood can flow to your reproductive organs. So when you're doing it, all those little words you're doing, that's because it's certain and then because of those organs have a vibration to them, right? And so now all the blood is flowing to that area, and so the longer you do it, then your mind is the last to go.
Damn, DJ Genesis, the way you you gonna make me change the way I look at sex. I did a whole show on sex yesterday on the female's body. This is crazy.
Man, listen, Dr. Layla Africa broke it down. He says like that, like ooh is like this breaking down your digestive system. Ooh, your digestive system. That's your circle. Everything is kind of slowing down, and then you know, certain noises you make, right? When you're having sex, is really the sound coming out of your body of certain aspects of your reproduction system, gearing you up to like accept the man's semen.
Oh, so is that a good thing that's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
But
it's
here's
Dr.
the thing.
Laila
Africa. He talks about that. May he rest in peace.
Definitely.
So, you know, ooh means this. That's like your stomach. Is another thing. Oh, and then you know, all these different things are aspects of the body. Break it down. And then when you're having the orgasm, a certain sound is that. When you actually have the orgasm, that really comes from like by the time, okay, if you think about it, like, okay, like that's in your throat. The deeper, the more closer to orgasm it goes, the sound comes from deeper in your body until it hits the area of the reproductive area. So think about, you might start off high, you know what I'm saying? And finally, when you release it, it's like a deeper ho. from the bottom of your fucking. I mean, I have made some noises. I'm like, where the fuck did that noise come from? What the fuck? Like, I'm like, oh my god, like I like deep, like I'm like, golly, well, I was embarrassed. Like, oh my god, that sound. I done went into like the depths of my whole body, like the bring this sound out that came out of nowhere. Like, what the?
I can't.
I mean, I know I'm not the only one that didn't had a orgasm and then hit a note that, like, I mean, sound like very fucking white up in this bitch. Honey, I could have been saying, my darling, I can't get enough of your little baby. You know what I'm saying? Very white level, you know, of like deep sounds, you know. Yeah, she's on oil. Beautiful. Some oil here. Wait, where's the put the lavender in here?
So Creative Solutions 7.0. Have you been attacked by warlock energy in your
I think I
lifetime?
have. I was telling Nightish on his channel, and he used it as something against me. I wish I never told him. But like I was telling him, I was telling Nightish that basically I've woken up in the middle of the night and like something was like sucking on my chest and on my neck, and you could see like the spots, like, you know, like somebody was sucking there.
I'm trying to tell you is that, see, these men, that's what did you give them your picture? Whoever the guy was, you give him a picture? See, that's
I don't know who it was, but I woke up and that's what I seen. I think it was a warlock. It was like somebody doing something on me, or they probably sent something my way. That's what I really think it is.
I'm trying to tell you, when you give these men your picture, especially if you're waking up at, honey, I've been woken up at 4:00 in the morning, 6:00 in the morning. Like whenever that guy is probably looking at your picture on his phone and all kind of wild stuff, and then you get to thinking about him, and you're like, why am I thinking about this guy? And it's in a really raw sexual way. It's because they are looking at your picture, jaying off, and they're lusting. It's like I said, energy is a vibration. So when they're thinking about you, you're thinking about them. You're thinking about them, they think about you, and y'all both thinking about each other. And he's up there doing whatever. You start to get the feeling a little bit tingly, like, why am I thinking about this guy and feeling like I want to fuck right now? You know, this is the type of energy I'm talking about. That is, even if the guy doesn't even know it, that he is like channeling like energy. This is like witchcraft in its own way, spelled like this. A person does not have to be a whole witch or know what he's even doing. It just might be that he is connecting to you in a certain way, because he might have that picture that you gave him. He might have something of yours that he's remembering. He's remembering the whole experience with you, and then you get to thinking about him, and you're wondering, why am I thinking about this guy? It's because he is pleasuring himself. Either he's thinking about you in his mind, or he is pleasuring himself to like pictures that you gave him. And a lot of times, you know, that's keeping you guys bound, you know what I'm saying, together in a certain way, to where, you know, you get to talk to somebody else, whatever, he could feel it, you know what I'm saying, and then he, like, you know, you go on a date with somebody else, he get to calling you right after the date. Like this, the whole thing with male and female, I think it's way deeper than we make it. We think it's just surface. It's way deeper. We are way more connected together than we really imagine that we are. So when I said the warlock aspect is the word, but it's really sexual alchemy and sexual energy.
Peace. Part 3. Womb of the Warlock. Why the male child absorbs the current. Now we ask, why is it that one son absorbs the current? It's because not all children adapt the same way. If there's multiple sons, the nervous system develops differently. One protects himself by numbing. One protects himself by rebelling, pushing away or distancing. And then there's that one that adapts by attuning. He becomes the antenna. He watches more. He feels more. He listens more carefully. He studies tone, energy, and silence. He's the one that absorbs the emotional field of the mother. This is why he carries the current stronger than others. Not because he's chosen, but because his nature will receive it. And this is where the awareness really begins to form, when the warlock begins to awaken. Yanga say peace.
Every person I know that has that warlock energy is very close to their mother. I have never met a person that had that energy that did not have like either a mother wound or like very was close to their mom. So it's either they become a darker type of a warlock where they're like, manipulating women, or they become very, very sensitive to women because they were close to their mother.
I know that there's warlocks out there, but I've never seen a guy openly practice witchcraft, openly go to a store, or openly admitted to any of this stuff. So
see, I think the biggest mistake is thinking that warlock means that a person is practicing witchcraft. That is not what's happening.
I know, DJ. They could be thinking about you, but I don't think a lot of men. I haven't seen a lot of men openly express these things or say these things.
Nope. You know why, Mrs. Creative? Do you know why? It's because it's virtually non-existent. And this right now is like when people are talking about the warlock energy, think of it as you have a smart device and you decided, hey, I'm at this local McDonald's, I'm at this public library, I'm at this movie theater. I'm going to use their server to get Wi-Fi service. All right, you have a good experience. But now every time you walk around that area or in that radius, guess what? It links into your smart device. And a lot of times when people, places, and things, people are unaware of the singularity of who they meet, the places that they meet them, and the things that are exchanged between them. And yeah, they're still linked in, no matter what. Data mining is not just a cyber thing. It's a human thing. And a lot of people who are complaining about warlock energy, I suspect they've let some dudes just be busting stale nuts all up in them, not alkaline ones. See, alkaline nuts, things that were fresh, they would have that real energy. You'd be feeling good. But I'm hearing about these certain women, a small segment of women online complaining about warlock energy. They had to have been dealing with dudes who busting stale, acidic nuts all up in them.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening. Welcome to the panel, Bro Speak.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's up, Bro Speak?
Hey, how you doing, Miss Creative? How you doing?
I'm good.
So we're talking about warlock energy and the manipulation of the divine feminine. So what we're talking about is how men can use sex to manipulate women, and that there is in fact, very much so, energy that men have in their loins, especially given the right man, that they understand that every man, there's some men that might not have that power to do that, but there's men that do, and they know what they're doing. They understand a woman's body, and that this can be detrimental sometimes to the woman if the man does not love that woman. That sometimes that woman can go down in life, begin to lose everything, if that man is not of the right mental, spiritual, etc. capacity. So it's not just about like warlock. It's about also. It's also about like harnessing sexual energy and giving it out the right way. where you're not siphoning energy from the woman to where she's losing and you're gaining when you walk away, you know.
I believe in that. What you just said, there are certain people you mess with, they could have, like, they could wreak havoc on your life. You know, so you gotta be
That's
careful.
100% of what this is about. It's not just about like sex. It's about like, have you been in a situation? Let me replay because we got some new people here that are on the chat, on the panel, so that you can see what the initial discussion was. Let's go.
If you're in a relationship and they keep you in a state of having to defend yourself, it's because they don't want you questioning them. That's it. That's the message.
There's a lot of situations where I didn't want nothing else from a woman but that freak vibration. We get off on in a way that's not just sexual gratification. It empowers us. It's an energetic siphoning of y'all energy when y'all are that surrenderous to us in the most intimate, vulnerable space. That shit supercharges a nigga. We could say what we want to say about Diddy. Look what this nigga has been able to accomplish, largely due to the energy he's able to siphon from these women and some of the ways that we now seeing. He ain't the only one. Powerful men have cracked the code and understand the sexual and tantric magic. Put up in the post the other day from Cam Newton. He was like, do you understand the power it is to conquer a woman? Consciously or subconsciously, these niggas be knowing, bro. Energy that comes from purity and feminine innocence. They hunt that more than anything because that's an untapped portal. You know, that young girl or whatever it is may have had sex before. This is a large reason why a lot of these men either consciously or subconsciously gravitate to younger women.
Hey, Rich Babes.
So let's get into it. This is what the original subject is about: harnessing energy, not just having sex with a woman and whatever. It's about harnessing their energy, sucking them dry of whatever energy they piled up, or maybe they built it up. Maybe they're not a virgin, but maybe they are celibate for a long period of time, and you want to have sex with them, and then you suck that energy from that woman. And you go off, you play basketball. You got all the energy in the world now. That's what the conversation is about. Bro Speak, what would you want to say about that? Bro Speak.
Well, I can see that happening because there's a lot of women who be complaining, but yet they'll still pick the same type of guy. And so I would, and stay with them for long periods of time when some guys, they won't even give the time of day. So I do believe I think there's something to it. And I think that some guys do on a like you said, on a subconscious level, they understand it. I don't think most guys know they're even doing it. They know that they get results, and they try to harness that as much as possible because, I mean, let's face it, if you're not getting a woman, giving her the O's, your relationship ain't gonna go nowhere. So that's why there's some guys who can't get nowhere because they can't give them the O's. So it's kind of like, do you want to tap into that? Do you want to tap into it or not? That's why you got some guys who are virgins. No woman's going to deal with them because they don't know how to do it. And it's kind of, I don't know.
No, you're talking the truth. Keep rolling, bro.
It's like
funny. It's funny though. It's the truth.
You want the men to not be so sexually out there, but if he's not sexually out there, nobody's going to deal with him. So it's kind of like we're kind of in a catch-22 in that.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know where you guys are coming from. I'm gonna just play this real quick so you guys can understand where I'm coming from. Because I think that a lot of men, maybe y'all don't understand what women go through. So let's talk about this. Let's go.
Some of the things I'm talking about, because if you really want to earn your man, you need to learn your man. And a lot of times we get caught up with the wrong men or caught up in a man's penis power because it's good. I mean, if a man has been around and he's a hoe, especially like the ones I'm talking about that hopping from here, and there. They have a lot of practice, and they know a woman's body. They know the power of their penis, and they know how to soothe her body and to soothe her vagina. So it's really easy to be caught up with that dog kind of man. Like that one girl asked me why she thought something was wrong with her because she liked the flashy guys with the jewelry. I said, there's nothing wrong with liking a flashy man. You just have to know what type of spirit and energy he's carrying. Because there are some good men, although they still like to flash, they're not whores. They don't give their penis to everybody. You have to be able to recognize them, because the man that is living to ejaculate, he's in a predator mode. And when a man is in a predator mode, he's going to look for the weaknesses of a woman that's lonely. Her vagina is cold. She's laying in bed at night playing with her toys. Or she's got a man beside her. He's a good provider, but he's not hitting the walls and working the middle like that dog that she having that sneaky sex with.
What drives a woman to toys?
Because, like I said, she needs the vagina penetration. A lot of women are hooked on having clitoral stimulations. You have an outer orgasm with your clitoris, but also you have inner orgasms inside the intravagina, inside the vagina walls, hidden G-spots. And every woman's G-spot may be similar, or some women may have more than one G-spot. So some women are actually hooked on coming. I mean, it's women that can be at work at their desk. They got the jackrabbit on. It's a part you can buy, hooking onto your clitoris all throughout the day. And you could be having orgasm. That one of them I know they call, I knew some girls, that was their favorite partner. That was their favorite best buddy to keep in their pocketbook.
But see, I go back to when I was a little girl being raised in the country. Jackrabbit, jump from here to there.
Yeah, we ain't talking about the rabbits out.
Jump. I ain't talking about no real rabbit. Jump. But a rabbit in nature, jump from here to there, just constantly moving.
Yes, and they say that they have taken that same concept of the rabbit jumping from here to there, and the design of it jump all up on the clitoris. Just
now it's the rose, guys. It's called the rose now.
Orgasm. That's
we
why
are
they
living
call
in the 21st century.
That's the
seen
mechanical
those.
jackrabbit for the clit. Some men, they have so much heat and intensity in their penis that you can feel it radiating through their clothes, or just to touch the penis, it's on fire. It feel like it's fire underneath the skin. So a lot of women start going crazy. They actually think, because all penises are not created equal and they don't hold the same level of intensity. So if it's one hot like that and he has the energy, he knows how to work his hips, work his buttocks, and really twist her and bend her like she's a pretzel and give her the gratification she needs, she's going to be hooked and think that that's love, or a deeper root level. She's going to become sexually, mentally, and emotionally attached, although he ain't no good. And this other man she with provides for her, take care of children that ain't even his. That woman will still sneak and get that penis power from him. But what she doesn't realize is we have to deal with our attachments and separate the love, the orgasm, and the penis. They are separate issues. Because if we're in a lower level of it and we hooked on the penis power, and this man won't even buy you some shrimp from Long John Silver's, and what that plate, what, $2.99? But he can give you a mouthful of sperm and a rectum full of sperm, and he won't even give you no light bread. It's like we have to see what our issue is, because a man like that doesn't respect a woman. Yeah, he'll hit her, but if a man is having sex with you and he had the opportunity to be with you, or he's an ex, so that means he had you before the other man that's providing for you could get to you, and all he's offering you is a side of penis when he can sneak in and out your man bed and out your man house. That man ain't got no respect for you, and he know you don't have none for yourself, but because you're so hooked on him and you hooked on the penis, you will sacrifice and sell yourself out to let him come in the back door, or let him come at lunch, or come in the dark, when your real man that don't have the same penis power is handling all the expenses. So a woman thinks she getting over and think, oh, that's the best sex, but she really playing herself. And he playing her, because it ain't about her. It's about his ego and about his penis and his testicles and how many notches he can get up on his belt to brag about. Remembers. That's why I was saying the other show, don't let every man hit the bottom of your vagina, the root of your vagina.
But they don't know about the bottom. They don't know about the bottom.
Yeah, that bottom one. But see, every man may not know, because he might not have a penis to really know how to hit that bottom, or how to lift to hit that bottom and work that middle, where the woman she spread her legs wide and she started screaming, saying, "Yeah, daddy, that's it." Or she might start cursing or screaming out all types of profanities because he done hit the bottom. And now her mind, she insane. Her mind ain't good because the penis done ejaculated all in her brain. She's gone crazy. So you don't let every man hit your bottom and your body remembers it. Just like a man will put a woman over doggy style or maybe get a mirror or something. Then they start hitting that woman from the back or on her back. They hitting her. Then they start talking. They start saying all kind of stuff to her while they hitting her. And see, that woman is being seduced. She being seduced. He breaking her down, man. He is screwing her into submission. He's screwing her into slavery by using the penis as a weapon to break her ass down. And her defenses, I mean, she wide open. When the penis all up in your vagina, man, you don't have no defenses. Unless you just really are thinking, and this is not about the love experience, this is about a money experience, so she's a prostitute. Then she's working it just for her benefit. But when a woman is really liking this man and she's feeling him and what he's doing, especially if she's sneaking around with him and he has nothing to give her and her man is treating her better than he has already gotten her defenses down, but she's very weak. And that's the worst thing that can happen is a man to get you in while he's thrusting the penis in and out. Who is it? Whose vagina is it? Who it belong to?
Let's pause it.
What I said, who? And then the woman start calling out the man's name, screaming the man's name. Then she let him know she coming. When she coming, she hollering. She calling for him. Man, this stuff is programmed all up in this woman's vagina, rectum, uterus, all up in this mind right here. And that will actually bind her, actually reduce her to a calm freak. So if she can't get to him, she'll slip him in, and then that's where the jackrabbits and all the different size penises and dildos come in, because she's remembering and trying to recapture that experience. So that's why I said you don't want to let everybody hit that bottom. You don't want to let everybody spank you and talk to you all kind of ways, because women, especially when that man pull it back, won't give you the penis no more, women will be all in the bed at night trying to sleep, tossing and turning, they dreaming about it. Lord have mercy, they wake up out their sleep because they dreamt the man done did this to somebody else. And the thought of that, is devastating. That woman heart get to beating fast, blood pressure go up, she can't hardly catch her breath. Just to think about that man done rationed that out and laid that out for somebody else and bent them over and talked to them too and spanked them. Having the PhDs and master degrees to put on my wall in academia, but I have a master degree in being played by men, used by men, told everything I want to hear to get men in positions. And I am, to be honest with you, I'm just going to be real about it. I'm very upset by being made a fool out of and we're about to close.
She said, I'm really upset by being made a fool of. Let's talk about it, guys.
Right.
Yeah, she wasn't saying all that upset shit when she was coming, though.
Exactly. I'm just gonna pull the shade off the. I'm gonna pull down the blankets. All right, and this is just the way it is, man. Some people want to cover up. I can't cover up the fact that I'm hearing total bullshit. I love the program. I love the show. It's not about the program or the show. It's about what's being misdirected. A woman knows what the fuck she is doing. That's not being said out loud. A woman knows what the fuck she is doing as well. A warlock and a witch, whatever, that's how this stuff happens. I ain't never met a woman in my life personally who's complaining about some warlock ever. It's not occurring. Maybe it's because I'm on a different echelon of life. I got that. That's exactly how come I broke down stale nuts and fresh nuts. Stale nuts, they're not alkaline. They're acidic. This is all about energy and vibration. Letting these dudes bust stale nuts all up in your womb is a no-no. It's the ones who are
I
busting.
don't think. Hold on. I don't think a lot of women.
What's really going on out here is no accountability. If a woman is sneaking out on her square dude for a dude who can pop that coochie, she's a whore.
All right. So
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Creative Solutions, go ahead.
So what I was gonna say is, I don't know. What is it? Reverend Green. Reverend Green is trying to twist. So, but anyway, I'm gonna just say this. Based on that video, is kind of interesting. DJ Genesis, but I think a lot of women don't allow men to come inside of them. You know, for the most part, because that just makes you smell nasty, messes up your pH and all of that. So I really don't think a lot of women allow men to have their sperm inside of them.
I'm gonna say this: it's not even about like the actual coming inside of them. Even if he's coming into a condom, or even if he's just pulling out, whatever it is, it's like the entire action of that's a vibration. People think that everything is about the physical aspect of coming, but the whole vibration of actually having an orgasm creates like energy.
Yes.
So even if he's not coming inside of you, but his DNA, his body is rubbing up against you as he sweating, all this stuff is absorbing into your body while you're feeling this experience of this man. It's the same thing. He don't have to like actually take his semen. The skin is the most absorbent aspect of the body.
Largest organ.
So even if he's sweating on you, he's rubbing his skin cells up against you while you guys are having sex. Like all this is happening, and you're feeling him. You're feeling his body up against yours.
Genesis, I'm gonna
He don't
say,
have to come inside you. He's already came all over your. His whole body is on you.
but that warlock talk is giving it a negative connotation because war is the root word of the warlock, and to conflate that with an individual who's trying to please his woman, because me personally, I never ever wanted to drain a woman's energy. Anything, I wanted to please her, and making her climax is.
But you're not a warlock then. But there are certain people that use sexual energy to manipulate and control and to get the one up and to suck a woman of their energy. So we're not talking about you, sir.
But what I'm saying is some of the descriptives you use, like, you know what I'm saying, it just made me feel like, damn. I mean, I like to look at beautiful women, and I like to let them know if I don't have anybody particular that, you know, I desire them. I mean, now you got me want to get me a little Pee Wee Herman outfit and shit just to talk to somebody to let them know I'm a nice guy and all this shit. And, you know,
I'm not.
You don't need to do all of that. It's all about intentions. It's all about intentions. If you love that lady and you show her that, you know, during your sexual whatever, I think that's also energy, the way she receives it. If you just coming over there to just bang it and you're not showing that authentic side or giving her that love, that attention and appreciation, then that's mucking up the waters.
I don't know who you are, Creative, but you appear very genuine, you know. I could say that you appear very genuine, you know.
Yeah, I am.
When I'm thinking about this vitriol for these warlocks are out there, I'm hearing like, okay, so these dudes who beat that pussy up, they're like supreme beings or something, because
no, they're not.
little miniature supreme beings, because you're calling them warlocks. You know, like, oh, warlock energy. So they got some supreme demonic energy or something. Oh, okay. It's
Yeah,
just
and then
cowardly. It's cowardly. Bitch, learn how to fuck or something. You wouldn't be going through this.
it kind of gives the idea that what should I be striving for? The guy that's providing, but he can't get the walls where she's just not going to be loyal to him at all, or should I be that guy? Because at least I'll get something and not get used. That's what it's coming off as.
But what about the dynamic of someone who has been hitting the walls, has been pleasing them, but something clicked in their mind, be it an argument or whatever, and they shut that part off. It can be done, but all of a sudden they don't want it done by that person. They want to seek elsewhere. What do you say about that dynamic?
Say it again.
What I'm saying is, you could be married or have a girlfriend and you've been pleasing her for 5 years, let's just say even 1 year straight. But because of some disagreement or argument, she's mentally tuned out. Now she's searching for the same thing that you've given her from somebody else because she turned herself off on the pleasure that she would normally get from you. And now she wants to seek it from elsewhere, regardless of the fact that she has it right there.
That's that's part of the propaganda. There is a vibration out there, whether it's from the television, from the radio, or from a homegirl or from an auntie. A lot of women, I do believe that they have a homie system or a big sister system where they have people because they don't always trust their judgment. So they call on someone. They even call on a gay dude. So when you have females doing these things, you understand that this stuff is true. They refer back to the gay dude for a reference to even get his advice. A lot of these females don't even trust their own mind who are like that. Not all females, but a lot of them who are like that. And I think, sir, that woman just was compelled by a different type of vibration. Like, it's absurd. Like, everything's going well. This guy's doing all he can pleasure-wise. She's even saying that. Was she faking it the whole entire time? What happened? And I think it's definitely some type of propaganda at play.
Hold on. Some women do fake it though. And they do that to appease the man. To make him feel, good. Or because some
Shout out
guys
to the women who are doing that and acting like they're really doing something. Y'all on some real warlock time. Yeah, okay.
Ain't that manipulation?
I'm gonna tell you this: throughout my 20s, I did do that because I was not being. I didn't have an orgasm my entire 20s. So yeah, yeah, and I wasn't with that many men, but the ones that did, I was like, but I had to pretend like I was doing something, whatever, Then until a man finally said, "Okay, you never had an orgasm before," I was like, "No." And then he showed me what an orgasm was, and I was like, "Oh, well, okay. Well, what the fuck have I been doing this whole time?" So I will say,
his duty, huh?
Yeah, I think a lot of women don't know themselves, at least sexually, and when a lot of women say 70% don't get the orgasm, I think a lot of it is they don't know themselves. They don't even know what gets them an orgasm.
But you know what? I was taught that. Listen, hold on. But I was taught that I wasn't taught this, but I grew up thinking that everything I was to do was to please the man. So therefore, I never thought that an orgasm was important for me.
Yeah, and I also think that we're taught the man's supposed to provide that.
Okay, well, that was not how I was raised. So I was raised about what I saw growing up was the women in my life doing everything for the man. So when it came down to you know what I'm saying?
Cooking, doing this, doing everything.
Cooking,
Yeah.
cleaning, wiping, whatever it was, doing everything. So I'm in my mind, okay, well, I'm here to please the man. So I never thought that I was even supposed. I didn't even know what an orgasm was supposed to be. Orgasm was like what? Like there's an orgasm. There's such thing as an orgasm. You know?
I got the other end. You supposed to provide the orgasm.
Yep.
You supposed to provide the sexual experience as the man.
But take it also, I didn't have my first child till I turned 30. So maybe that's once I found out what an orgasm was and I was able to even procreate because I was like,
I can believe it.
That's probably a good thing, DJ.
Because I didn't know what an orgasm was. I didn't even know. And then it took me some time to tap into it where even whoever I'm with to even still be able to have one, whoever I'm with or not, whether he has a small one or a big one, whatever, I know how to tap into my own mind. That took until I was about this age, right? To be able to do it, have one, whatever it is or not. You know what I'm saying? That's another like level of like sexual energy that people have to understand, that if you really are tapped in sexually, you know how to make it happen, whether or not that person is capable or not. So that's another thing that comes into play. But but here's the thing: people always talk about like the feminine power, but the main thing I want to talk. This is a male power energy. So let me see. I haven't seen this video. Let's see what she says right here.
Hello, everybody.
Sure.
Not the place for you. That Jesus freak, it's power from him, but she really impact the way he sees him. Mother that was narcissistic and very it wasn't going to be something that I was going to do forever, but I see that you like it and you're requesting it, so it's just I'm here in the dining room. I gotta fix the light or get another light or something. I gotta learn about all of this stuff. Yeah, you send the tomato red? Okay.
Now, let me tell you this, is that this is older stuff. The reason why I'm going back into the archives of older people in their videos is because, I think that there was a time where people was being way more candid than they are now. It's back when Alexis K. Tyler and people like her, 2019, were online, YouTube wasn't what it is now. People were talking more candidly. And so let's go into it.
You want to have male and female relationships, but I have to get on the other relationships too. So there's going to be following shows like the lesbian relationships, the gay relationship. Thank you, Daryl. And the men, I'm just going to get into it. So again, I will say now, like I said the other night, and I've always said for years, if you are faint of heart and if you don't like a raw show and you don't like people cursing, you don't like profanity, this is not the place for you. That Jesus freak that was in here the other night, I'm blocking. Somebody comes back in here with that, I'm not going to even waste time because it distracts from the message and the lecture, the time we're spending together and the things you asked me for. So I don't have time for the dumb shit and the going back and forth. What we're talking about tonight is dicks. We're talking about penis power and sperm power. And we're talking about why men get that are in a friend zone with a woman, why they stay in the friend zone, and why the men can't get what they want. And this is probably going to be part one that I'm going to get into because there's so many levels to the shit. There's no one side to this. But one thing, I'm just going to come right out of the bat, coming right out of the gate swinging. I'm just going to tell you, men, a lot of you are stupid motherfuckers because, see, a lot of times y'all will go past, and I've been a victim of this. You'll jump past women like me, good women that have a good heart, that'll do anything for you, and you will pick a dog-ass bitch because men really do like a bitch. They like a slutty, nasty, treacherous, not all of them, but a lot of men that stay in the friend zone with a bitch, they have a lot of mental, emotional, spiritual, and psychological problems. And a lot of this starts with their mom. A lot of them have a really twisted and fucked up view about women and a fucked up view about themselves. Because either they were raised by a mother that was narcissistic and very abusive and degraded them because they saw the little boy as feminine or effeminine because the little boy might have been spiritual, very polite, very soft or small or very easy going. And because the mother, for whatever reason, the problem with the father, that didn't work out, or even if he's in the home, there's still a problem with the father and a problem with the way she views him, or sexually, mentally, and emotionally, and spiritual things with the father that the little boy doesn't know about. And then the cruelest way for a man to start having a really twisted view of women and how he sees himself is for his mother to twist him first and to.
Okay, so this is not just, listen, let's get real about this. Let's get deep about this. The mother wound, okay? The mother wound. How many women do not know that they have to deal with their man's mom before you ever deal with that man? Before you lay down with that man, understand how he sees and views his own mother.
Yes,
You will
that
save
is so true.
yourself so much heartbreak and heartache if you know if this guy hates his mom, all this stuff. Mothers treat sons like boyfriends. Yes, in some situations they do, unless they're married. Unless
Even
they
when
have
they're
a
married,
marriage.
they do.
Oh, even when they get married? Okay, well that's and I was saying, like, I choose these conversations from back in the day, like 2019, like those earlier time, because I think that this is when people on YouTube were being real. People were not.
You ain't have to worry about you getting demonetized so quickly.
Right. So like that's why I goes back into the archives with my shit. So let's go.
Break him first. A lot of men will not admit this, but the woman, not just the father. Now, the father is also very important, but when I talk about penis power and sperm power, to me, it is because I have a son.
Can you
so I know
pause it right quick?
how my
DJ?
interaction
I wanted to
was
say something right
with
quick.
my son.
I've said this before. I think a lot of mothers make their boys cucks. Because if you think about it, what's a cuck? A guy who can't, the woman will have sex with people with and without his consent. And he just had to eat that. And I think when a lot of these women have these boyfriends and that the sons, they know they ain't worth a damn, but he had to eat it because he have no say. That's basically cucking them.
You know what? That's a good point. When a boy sees his mom getting holed out by a man that he know don't love her, that he becomes it's a cuck situation. Wow, I never thought about that. That's a good point. Let's go.
And how it wasn't. And even as a young man, there were things I learned from my child because I was a baby raising a baby, and there were things I did not know. So I was very open to learning about how I handle this child, and how I don't handle this child is going to deeply impact the way he sees himself as a young man growing into, first of all, as a little boy, as their identity. The woman helps to establish the identity. Now, I know the father does, but right now I'm just talking about mother to son, because they definitely need father to son. But see, I can address that indirectly, but I cannot address it directly because I'm not a man, and I could never be a man. I could never be a father to my baby. So I was always honest about that, because I've heard women say, well, I'm a father, I'm a mom and a daddy, and I'll be tough. No, you're aggressive with him, but you're coming off like a lesbian. That's what you're doing. And he knows you are female. He knows you don't have a dick. He knows you have a pussy. So it's very confusing to him, and it is frightening and intimidating when a woman is beating a little boy, very aggressive, very domineering, very insulting, just totally demeaning to a little boy. And he knows that either his father's there sometimes, or the father is allowing the mother to treat him that way, which also in his mind shows there's something feminine and weak about the father, but also the mother is exhibiting feminine and masculine roles, and then very, very oppressive. She's actually taking the little boy's power from him, but she may know, especially if she's narcissistic, she wants to break the little boy, and she wants to keep him in her life for a lifetime, but subjugate him, subdue him, where he's not really in the man role. So it's very confusing to him, and then he ends up resenting and disrespecting and having a lot of rage, internal rage against the mother. Sometimes this is how these young men start, with that type of female. When I talk to men, a lot of them will tell me the story of how this began with the mother. Hi, Bill. Hi, beautiful goddess. And the mother is very dismissive, emotionally detached, and unavailable, had different men in, or the child was isolated with just a mother or a weak feminine father. Or if the father was there and something, he was engaging them and there was not the bond that it needed to be to ground him. See, you have to understand. You have to understand too. When you're dealing with the 7 chakras, that's why it's important to know the main 7 chakras. Now, the chakras, the way I see them and draw them, they go into infinity, into space, and they go into infinity beneath your feet, because you have chakras, and then deeper beneath the chakras, high, you have, hey Gwen, you have the meridian system. When it gets into the nerves, and then the pressure points, and you tap into those when you're dealing with reflexology and you're dealing with acupuncture. But when you're dealing with the first chakra, that would be the tailbone. Also around the male and female reproductive organs in the second chakra is the reproductive organs. But the first chakra, and I would even say the second and the third, because the third is in the gut, the solar plexus, where you feel something in your gut. Those chakras deal with grounding you into your tribe, your childhood, your tribe, your mother, your father, that community where you came from, making you feel safe or making you feel unsafe and abused and abandoned by that tribe. So it's the mother that gave birth to you, the father, if they're not there and they're replaced by surrogate caregivers, or you put in foster care and you've been abandoned, your men are going to have issues having good sex with a woman, being comfortable with a dick and their nuts, and the effectiveness of being a good fucker, a good pussy eater, pussy sucker, and being intimate with that woman even before you become sexual. Because intimacy is not the physical act of sex, but a young boy, a baby that is growing up in that environment with that type of female or lack of a mother or a surrogate, and is getting treated that way. Thank you. He is looking for his identity because he really doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know what he is. And he's not secure in his masculinity because the young boy has not been loved and groomed and nurtured. And nobody's taking time to find out what you are, what you were born to be, what is your karma, what is your astronomy, what is your astrology, what is your numerology, what areas you're attracted to. Is it science? Is it art? Is it writing? Is it football?
Can I just say this? You know, all this stuff was covered in African spirituality, that when, you know, a child is born, they have a rites of passage. When you're first born, and then when you become a teenager, rites of passage. We have no rites of passage.
Well, I think we used to, but that's gone out the window.
But that's important. Do you hear what she's saying? Creative Solutions, that this guy, they have no direction. Now, he might be a great love maker. He might be great at doing this and great at doing that. But I mean, who is he as a person? We're dealing with men that don't even know who they are as a person sometimes.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Individual. And then we trying to eke out a relationship with that person, and they have a mother wound that is so deep. Like she just said, I mean, is he supposed to be in baseball? Is he supposed to be in this? Let's go.
Father, if they're not there and they're replaced by surrogate caregivers, or you put in foster care and you've been abandoned, your men are going to have issues having good sex with a woman, being comfortable with a dick and their nuts, and the effectiveness of being a good fucker, a good pussy eater, pussy sucker, and being intimate with that woman even before you become sexual. Because intimacy is not the physical act of sex, but a young boy, a baby that is growing up in that environment with that type of female or lack of a mother or a surrogate, and is getting treated that way. Thank you. He is looking for his identity because he really doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know what he is. And he's not secure in his masculinity because the young boy has not been loved and groomed and nurtured. And nobody's taking time to find out what you are, what you were born to be, what is your karma, what is your astronomy, what is your astrology, what is your numerology, what areas you're attracted to. Is it science? Is it art? Is it writing? Is it football? Or is it several of those? And then having them to develop that child academically, as well as deal with the gifts and deal with grounding the child, not just into himself and being secure in his identity. Because many of us still don't know who the fuck we are. And a lot of these men, we are searching for security in them and finding ourselves in them. And the motherfucker ain't even found his own goddamn self. He's looking for it in you. Because he don't know, but you don't know he don't know. You know something's off. He's a really nice guy, but he hasn't told you about his childhood and how this man feels incomplete and that he's stumbling in this world because he wasn't grounded by the root of the pussy of the mother or any female that was in vagina power to recognize this in the young man and then to build it in the young man because she hasn't built it in herself. And there hasn't been a divine high vibration replacement for male and female to be able to identify what that boy man needs and what he means to himself and what he means to the planet. So you don't know. And then he's not getting it in school. You don't know what happened in school. You don't know if he was picked on in school. You don't know if he got good grades in school. Was he respected in school? Was he very immature? Did he develop slowly? Was he small for his age? Did he move around? Was he molested? Now, see, this is a thing I deal with a lot because there are a lot of men that were touched by their mothers, by their fathers, by an uncle, someone at school, someone at church, and the boy didn't tell. Or if he told, the mother and father were dismissive. It happens to more men than you know. But most of the time, when grown men are raped, or men are raped in the military, they don't file a police report. And when little boys are molested or raped, if they tell them, let's don't say that no more. Let's not talk about that. And then you wonder why these boys are twitching and stitching and want to be a female because of something that happened that the mother doesn't want to talk about and suppresses the child, but upholds and protects the abusers. And they're still walking around functioning. This child has to endure this without being healed. A lot of men grow up having sexual issues because they were violated as men, and now they're confused about their masculinity and feeling feminine, very confused. They're not gay. Every man that's molested is not gay. Every man that's molested doesn't want to be gay. That happened to him as a little boy, but it's very confusing when he's not grounded and there's something not done after that to ground him. So a lot of men come to us with this pain, or they can't pick women clearly. They can't see women clearly because they cannot see themselves, and they didn't have the right archetype. Many men will pick the mother, the low down, trashy, hoe ass bitch that I just described. If it ain't her, somebody like her. They will go after that. She may be beautiful on the outside. She may be the physical ideal that is attractive to him and any other man that sees this woman. But she's a bitch. She's a dirty bitch. Why does your good dick get hard for a dirty bitch? See, that's what we got to ask these men. Because many of them won't admit it to you. You like a slutty, sleazy, cum guzzling, dick swallowing ass bitch that'll fuck you and multiple goddamn niggas. But be your friend. And you like a dumb motherfucker, like a weak ass motherfucker, because you done either been through one or several of the scenarios I just goddamn described, and you ain't dealt with that. But your dick hard. And you want to be this woman's friend. Because women like that will find men, if she cannot have everything in one package, or she just might be a whore, she will get different men to serve different purposes. So many times, a lot of these women that you like so much and you want to stick your dick in them and you want them to commit to you will take a nigga that's fine, coming out very hard and aggressive. You are not matching the vibration. So you'll say, well, why women like thugs? He ain't no fucking good, but he come around here with the latest fashion on, talking slick and shit, walking a certain way with that pimp shit. He just met her last week, and he all in her motherfucking ass. And now I'm the friend, and I'm the nice guy that will do anything for her, marry her, have a home, and have children. She's talking to me about how she fucked him, and she's so crazy about him and thinking she in love, but he don't call. I won't even buy her a goddamn ice cream sandwich when that damn ice cream truck come up and ring that goddamn bell that we used to run up the damn run out there in the street to the damn ice cream truck. He won't even get a bitch that. Let him tell her he ain't got nothing but hard dick and motherfucking bubble gum, and the nigga's fresh out of motherfucking spearmint. So she'll go for that goddamn shit. She crazy about him. Let me tell you the reason why. A bitch will ask her friend, her nigga friend, to pay a $200 light bill because you work hard every day and you's a good motherfucking man, and you pay that goddamn bill and you don't get no motherfucking pussy. But then the nigga she just described that ain't got to give her nothing but a big, thick, long, hard dick, balls deep, all in her motherfucking ass, and got her coming back to back and hitting G-spot that she didn't even know she fucking had. And he got this motherfucker ghetto gagging. He putting dick to her ass and putting dick all in her motherfucking teeth and goddamn tongue. She choking, can't hardly get no breath, but she want to do it for daddy. She don't want to disappear daddy. So he trying to tell her, hold your breath, bitch. Breathe, bitch. Breathe. And then he got her so much dick in her fucking throat. Tongue coming out her goddamn nose, man. Because she won't want to disappoint. She running a marathon of dick sucking for daddy. That's all he give. And she bragging that she a pleasing daddy. Daddy? Do it for daddy? Sucking daddy bottle. Daddy got a bottle full of milk. And she want to drink all the milk. Because daddy want her to do it because she thinking that she's got a hell of a goddamn nigga that she done fucking caught. That's all the nigga getting her. Why? Because he exerts masculine energy. This bitch is dumb.
I buy her sandwich.
She said this bitch is dumb. Thoughts, guys?
She ain't lying.
She ain't lying, but see, only thing that's missing is this is what men want from their woman. Yes, I want you to suck it all down the motherfucking pipe, all that shit. I'm gonna buy you ice cream sandwich. I'll pay the motherfucking light bill, but you gonna fuck me royally, and we good. Now you got dudes. I'm that kind of guy. I treat you like that. You know what I'm saying? I thug you out, but you know what I'm saying? I'll fucking damn. I love you too.
She's saying that's coming from an unhealed place.
Thank you. I'm glad
Me?
that
I mean,
got it.
no. I'm telling you straight up and down.
Yeah,
if you
I
got
know
a man,
James. That's coming from an unhealed place. That's not
I'm
really coming
fine,
from
sweetie.
love and from
I'm
somebody
fine.
who's whole. That's from somebody
mean,
who's broken.
First of all, you
But
got to be
that's
old to
number
know what the
one.
hell is going on with somebody old, and you baby young. I'm telling you this: men love their woman to get it all the way in. At least I do. I don't know about anybody else. If my woman's doing that, I ain't got to sweat nothing else in the street. I ain't got time for nothing else in the street but to get this money and come home and chill.
Yeah, I understand that. But like just like Genesis was saying, right? A lot of people, she's operated out of trauma. Like a lot of little girls, they probably didn't grow up with a dad, or the dad can't come in here or there.
Oh,
And
I understand what you're saying.
a lot of children take that to heart. They think that they're the problem. So when they try to get a guy, they try to do everything underneath the sun to keep him.
To please him.
Yeah, but
Thank
it's coming
you.
from a place of. It's not coming from a good place. It's coming from.
I understand what you're saying.
A woman that's doing all that, like that is coming from. I need to overly go above and beyond to please this man that probably won't even buy her a damn hostess a honey bun.
Cupcake. I got you, Genesis.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying I got you on the hostess. Don't worry about it.
And that's what she's talking about. She's talking about like that. A lot of times these women will be doing all this, and she's stupid. She just don't even understand.
You right.
You know what I'm saying? So let's go.
She got daddy issues too. See, you have mirrored somebody that's weak.
She got daddy issues too. So the man got mommy issues, and he willing to like just do all this, and she is willing to do all that, and they both got issues. It's not just one. Let's go.
Big, thick, long, hard dick balls deep, all in her motherfucking ass, and got her coming back to back and hitting G-spot that she didn't even know she fucking had. And he got this motherfucker ghetto gag. He putting dick to her ass and putting dick all in her motherfucking teeth and goddamn tongue. She choking, can't hardly get no breath, but she wanna do it for daddy. She don't wanna disappoint daddy. So he trying to tell her, hold your breath, bitch, breathe. And then he got her so much dick in her fucking throat. Calm coming out her goddamn nose, man. Cause she won't wanna disappoint. She running a marathon of dick sucking for daddy. That's all he give. And she bragging that she pleasing daddy. Daddy, do it for daddy. Sucking daddy bottle. Daddy got a bottle full of milk. And she want to drink all the milk. Cause daddy want her to do it cause she thinking that she's got a hell of a goddamn nigga. That she done fucking caught. That's all the nigga getting her. Why? Cause he exerts masculine energy. This bitch is dumb. She got daddy issues too. See, you have mirrored somebody that's weak and broken like your damn ass is. So the same way that you is her goddamn friend, and you honest and sincere about it, now the nigga pulling the shit on her and tell her, I just want to be friends. We fucking and everything. You got some good pussy. I know you're a good girl and everything. But see, it's not you, it's me. They run that game on this bitch that she running on you. I'm just not ready. My baby dad, I done been through this and that, and I just need to get myself together. She's telling you this, and now because he's giving her I don't give a fuck kind of energy and being very aggressive and getting in her ass and getting in her goddamn gums and cheeks with his balls and putting them in her jaw and dick in the back of her motherfucking goddamn head, skull duggery, skull fuckery. Fucking this motherfucker got his dick on the left gagging like she's getting a motherfucking dental exam. Like he got that damn wooden ice cream stick and a motherfucking mouth. Turn around for dad. Oh, get it over. He's doing. She wants to please him, but he's telling her, bitch, we just friends.
We just friends.
I don't want to go no further. Then find out the nigga got a bitch at home. The nigga got a baby mama. The nigga got a motherfucking wife. And he finally tell you that when he pulling hard dick out of his motherfucking bikini drawers. That turns you on. Cause the nigga act like he don't care. And the nigga coming off to you like a real goddamn man because the nigga got a lot of testosterone and bravado and you feeling this nigga energy because he just rushing right in. You, on the other hand, is acting like a bitch. You the nice guy. You talk like this. You don't raise your goddamn voice. And you will not dare rub your hard dick on her ass while she bending over getting the clothes out the damn washer. See, that's just so wrong. That is so, that's not polite. You don't treat a lady like that. So I'm just gonna be her friend. Girl, a lot of these bitch ain't got no tonsils. He like us, and see, she gets nasty with this nigga. That don't want to make her his wife or wifey. She don't even know him. She ain't even had no HIV test. They ain't even been to the motherfucking clinic. I'm talking about right out the gate. He got her blowing cum bubbles. Got her gurgling and slurping on cum. Because it's hard for her to swallow because it's so goddamn merch. But she does it for daddy. She been over. Got her high heels on, making her ass cheeks clap for daddy. Bouncing it. She bouncing it. Lifting one ass cheek, left cheek, right cheek. Then bouncing them together because she want to please daddy. You, on the other hand, you quietly, you politely listen to her whine about another nigga. Give her your money and talk real sweet like a whole ass nigga. A weak ass, soft talk, tippy-toe round pussy ass nigga. That's what you do. You tiptoe around the pussy. Like you scared to ask her, can you put your tongue in it? Can you lick the clit? Can you put your dick in her mouth or just rest your hot nuts on her chin? You ain't gonna do that. Because you too nice for that. And you respect her too much. Meanwhile, pussy ain't getting fucked. Her dick ain't getting sucked. Because you are coming off like a whole nigga. Ain't got no balls. Ain't got no guts. All you need is a bra with some cotton in it, with some fake titties, and a knitting needle, and a bottle of the knitting needle set. And a ball of damn yarn. Cause you act just like her fucking grandma or one of her damn girlfriends. How what you doing? Sitting there like one of her girlfriends listening to her motherfucking dick and pussy problems. Because you is not confident in yourself as a man because you don't even know who you are. You don't even know how to exert. See, a whole bitch, because y'all like those. A whole bitch like that ain't gonna respect a nice, polite, soft-talking gentleman who's always quiet like a bitch and let her disrespect you, talking about how another nigga dick feel hard and hot and grease in her ass, and how she got to go in the bathroom and use a tongue scraper to scrape the cum and giggling, squiggling little sperms off her fucking tongue and scrape it around in between her goddamn.
Man, listen, 2019 was something else for YouTube, buddy.
I like her. I like her.
But the thing of it is, when like the red pill say stuff like this, a lot of the women have a problem with it. So I'm trying to understand. So if she said it's okay, but when the red pill said it's a problem, so I'm trying to understand. So do we want guys to act like this? Do we want the guys to be the nice guys? I mean, I'm trying to.
Confused. No, the problem is you need to pick somebody who's healed.
I think that you guys are
listening.
listening to it and you're hearing one thing and she's saying a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
You're hearing everything she's saying, but you ain't hearing what she's saying.
Yeah.
At the end of all the things that she's saying that they're both not healed. They both have mommy and daddy issues. No one is better than the other.
Yeah.
But you know what? Women's like that who want to get slutted out. They need to inform their man if he don't know no better. If the dude don't know what to do, and a woman enjoy that capacity coming from a man, somehow she need to inform him, because ain't no need to do being Pee Wee Herman and she won't fucking Superman. Nigga gotta be a Clark Kent though. Gotta be Clark Kent sometimes. They need to take that shit off.
I'm gonna say that, you know what the difference between what she's saying and what the red pill is saying is that the red pill is full of those men that probably was getting cheated on and fucked around with, and she's saying like, bro, like, let me explain that, man up. You know what I'm saying?
Damn teeth, where she done slurp real good. Cause you really want her to suck your dick, don't you? You wanna be my main squeeze, baby, don't you? You wanna get between my knees, baby? Yes, you want to. You want her to be Lil' Kim. But you is a scared punk ass nigga. You're not a grown man. What you need to do, stop giving the bitch money and stop like a fucking hoe with titties and a pussy. You need to stop listening to a goddamn problem talk about what another nigga did and didn't do. Listening like one of her motherfucking girlfriends with your period on and a tampon jammed in your motherfucking ass, letting her tell you blow back the nose. How a real nigga came over there, what she considers a real nigga. Basically all it is, he got a physical body with a lot of hard thrust in it and hard dick in it. They're ready to fuck her the way she fucking. He talks rough to her. He talks hard to her. He got bass in his voice and he got that pimp walk and that motherfucking slick talk on him. So it's with him. See, the nigga's a narcissist. Cause when a nigga like that come to you, he not finna ask you how much your light bill is, where your baby at. Invite him out. We're gonna get some ice cream. Let's take him shopping because he needs some more motherfucking shoes. This nigga come up and he takes charge and he starts telling her what he wanna do. Cause it's all about this nigga's agenda. It ain't about her. She don't matter. I see what I like. I'm a fucking dog. Like that old song Gucci said, I'm a dog, I'm a dog, I'm a motherfucking dog. I'm a dog, I'm a dog. She think that's cute. He got the rap song playing. He get out of a hot car, a hot young nigga with some hard dick. With it ball sitting up, he's in his prime. The nigga gonna tell you what he want, how he want it. He's a hot nigga, he ready to go. See, to a bitch like her, that's a real fucking nigga. It really ain't, but the masculine energy, because she's confused. That's why a lot of nice guys get cheated on, or they don't move out of the friend zone, and you take it too fucking long. You let this bitch drag your motherfucking ass along and listen to her fucking problems.
Listen, did you hear what she said? She fucked up too. She's fucked up in the mind. A woman that would take a dude like this is this is talking about the mental illness that's going on. Like me personally, I'm about to be 50 years old. You can't come to me with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I want a dude that, you know what I'm saying, I can figure out how to come. I want to go on dates, and I didn't go through this whatever this time frame she's talking about that women go through where they're like just jumping and doing this. When they were doing that, I was DJing at the club and I wasn't trying to, do all that. You know what I'm saying? I was all career. My parents and my aunties told me, don't have a child until you turn 30. I didn't have a child till I turned 30. She said, don't get married until you turn 30. I listened to what they said, and I just didn't even involve myself with a lot of stuff, But some of these women are, they just like you have the male with the trauma, you have the women with the trauma. So what they don't even know what a man is. They just think that this masculine presenting man is the thing, right? But he has all this trauma and he is just putting on a facade. They don't even know that this guy over here that's helping her and doing this and talking to her, that he's really the man.
Yeah.
All she knows is that, well, this guy is exuding this masculinity. He makes me feel good. So this is like she's talking really to young women at the time, in the 90s, in 2019. So this is not like something that we should be like, we don't listen to this and take our cues from this. What we do is we listen to, because these are really the millennials and the Generation Z that we see now. She pretty much was predicting how relationships were going to go.
Yeah.
Everything she's saying right now is how things are at the moment and this was 2019. Back when I grew up, that's not how things were. You know what I'm saying? You could still be in love at that time. You know what I'm saying? You could still find the right guy. Y'all might both have some issues or whatever, but you still like be able to like kind of like get, talk to each other enough to like be able to make it through. But she's not talking to people like us. She's talking to people like what's going on right now. Let's go.
About another nigga that she cannot goddamn have because she started it wrong. Just like your motherfucking ass started it wrong. She started off, he saw her, he's in a predator mode, he approached her. He's a lion, he's aggressive, but he's a hunter. The nigga's on the hunt for some hot, new stranger pussy. That's exciting and it's different. He wanna run in. And he's not asking you, do you want dinner? Do you like to fuck? Do I have to take you out first? Where you stay? What your bills is? Because he already scoped out. He liked what he see. And it's mind over matter.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, isn't that like in your 20s? How old are we right now? Bro, speak, how old are you? Like, just give a roundabout, like, age range.
I'm 46.
Right, I'm 48. About to be 49. Okay, how old are you, James? James Harlem, how old are you? I guess he don't want to give his age. Or maybe he stepped away from the phone. All right, Creative Solutions, how old are you?
I'm 36.
You're 36?
Yes.
6'3".
Right. So she was talking to your generation about stuff, right? Because she's my age, right? Maybe a little older. So when she did this video, she was talking to your generation about how relationships, right? But let me tell you something. A lot of times, sometimes shit don't even change. So some of this is still relevant even when you get older. I ain't gonna lie. But let's go.
Bitch, I don't mind sticking dick in you and running game. And bitch, how you feel or what you need or don't need don't motherfucking matter. Can we hook up tonight? Cause first thing she gonna do is, really, my ass is fat. You like what you see? Yeah, baby, you know. And he ain't even saying nothing deep. That's cute to her. The nice nigga, you on the phone, and you at the house, and you trying to do correct shit. You are doing correct shit, but you're too feminine. You might as well go down there and put one of them body shapers on with an ass built into it and get you some titties lying round, because you sound female to her. You look female to her, see? And if you scared to go to church, nigga, the remix hurt. Take your ass. If you scared to do what I'm saying, go to church, nigga, because the remix hurt. You can't take it. Find you another bitch to fuck with. Find a square bitch like you. Nigga, you're out of your league. You trying to fuck a hot bitch that like to take a lot of dick. She likes an aggressive streak, nigga. That's why she's single. Because she's ignorant in the damn head. She's slow. And she don't understand. When these men that she considers real men, that say what she want to hear and are very aggressive up front and they go for what they want, she don't understand they're in predator mode. And she doesn't understand that they're looking at her face. They're looking at her body. And all they want to do is ride in her ass long enough back and forth and take them some Viagra. Because all these young niggas is also taking sexual stimulant and taking Viagra so they can wear her ass out and fuck her all kind of way they want to fuck her until they get tired. And she thinks she's special because he coming over there tapping on the door. He like me because he calling and tapping on the door. And she thinks it's going to lead to something. But what she doesn't understand, and these motherfuckers is looking at the visual with a hard dick and in predator mode, and she doesn't understand who she is and what she has and how to defend. How to defend what she was given. That's the biggest problem. When this is happening, the woman doesn't know how to defend what she was given. And they think this nigga's special. When he's saying and doing this, coming to fuck. But they don't know they're special. And the man that's waiting in the wings, that's pussy whoop before he even get the pussy, don't realize who he is. So basically what you have done, you're mirroring her, she's mirroring you. She's sick in the head and your ass is sick in the head too. She weak for niggas she can't have. You weak for a bitch you want but you can't have because you are in the divine goddamn feminine. You still in your mama's pussy. And you don't know how to come up out of it and respect the woman, but also respect the lion in you and stand and act on it. You probably never have. And you haven't been around real man to teach you how to do that. And you have not taught yourself how to do that. Because just because a man want to fuck you in your pussy don't mean the man ain't no goddamn good. He's supposed to want to dig in your ass. And he better tighten his game up to know what the fuck he doing. Now, another lady put a comment there, and I hear this too, and I understand. Dick size and pussy size don't always match. Now, women should look at their little boys' penises. And I'm not talking about, you know what I'm talking about. You should examine your child and make sure they go to the doctor and they're developing properly. Because many times, boys don't develop properly. Their penis size doesn't develop. This could be diet, nutrition, but it is hormonal. Because the hormones develop us as women, and they also develop the men and the penis size. So if you see your little boy's penis is developing slow or it looks small for his age, you should take him to the doctor and have a specialist that makes sure his hormones are balanced, being released from the brain properly. He's developing properly in his diet. When a man gets older, there's still some things he can do outside of surgery. But one thing that is very good is for a man to learn to massage his penis. And there are penis pumps available too. But the woman, to me, you should massage your man's penis. I was doing a reading for a man like a week ago, and I told him he needs to get his dick sucked. This is what's going on. And he gave me permission to share this. I'm just not going to use his name. He wanted a reading. He got a reading. And I started speaking to him. And he was saying that he was trying to pass an exam. And he was failing the exam. And he wanted to know, would he pass the exam? I said, the reason why you're not passing the exam is because, and you're not retaining memory. And I know he wasn't going to get this connection. And he said, no, I'm not retaining memory. I said, one reason why you're not passing it is because you have a low level of oxygen in the blood. And you don't have the right sugar levels and the right diet to be able to feed the brain oxygen in the blood and the right levels of sugar and the right level of greens. Your diet is not balanced. Your bowel is heavy. You're not drinking enough water. And you're not, I said, one thing I know would help that is you start to add the nitric oxide. And I said, are you taking that? He said, no, I don't know what it is. And I said, but what about, Ricky, because we talked about this before. Yeah, the supplements. Yeah, they don't know about the L-arginine and the alpha-ketoglutamate. So I was telling him about the amino acids and also the nitric oxide. And he said he didn't hear of it. And I said, that pushes a higher level of oxygen. Yes, nitric oxide in it too, into the blood. And it also stimulates the hair, skin, and nails, but it puts more oxygen-rich blood into the brain. And you're not, I see you're not having sex because the prostate's not stimulated. And he said, no, I see you have a problem with the back and the nerves and the spinal cord. And he said, yes, he was injured in the back and it damaged the nerve. He has problems walking in the low back and on one leg. And I said, you're getting massaged because you need to be massaged every day. And he said, well, no, because the lady I'm living with, she's upset with me because he had cheated on her and he left. But then he came back and she had a child. First he didn't want it. Then now he's fallen in love with the baby because she brings healing to him. And I said, yes, but you need your whole body massaged every day. You need to get enough steam. The sauna, you need to get into the whirlpool where it's hot and your whole body's massaged and scrubbed down areas you can't reach because of the stiffness and the issue with the nerves. But you also need a penis massage every day, like with warm oils. Massage the penis. And you need to have your penis sucked every day. And at least once a day, she needs to make you come, preferably in her mouth. And he said, that's a very good idea. We started laughing. I said, I know you thought I wouldn't say that, right? You wasn't expecting that, but I deal with these things. And if you don't have a woman to do this, because I could see, I said, yeah, she's a lot of resentment towards you. That's why she won't touch you, because when you were getting this, you did not appreciate her. You mistreated her. He said, yes, that's right. She won't forgive me. And what you said, Ricky, helps the flow of blood into the system. Also helps with putting on lean muscle, including the penis, which is lima. Yes. And so I was trying to give him the things and go to a live diet, even a green diet, and have lean protein in the meats, but a lot of greens and the supplements to give him the amino acids and to increase the oxygen in the blood flow, which is vascular into the veins. And like you said, we'll go right into the dick, go out through the veins and go right up to the brain. And I said, I knew you weren't expecting that answer. I said, I wasn't expecting to give you that answer when you're saying, you probably think, damn, it's stupid. I'm going to ask her why I can't pass the test. And I'm like, oh, it's simple. So when I tell them that and we go into this, like most people do when they come for a reading, they're like, look, I didn't expect this to go so deep. And I'm like, yeah, I said, oh, I'll tell you exactly. And we go all the way there. And he's like, wow, that makes sense. He said, I'm going to do it. And I said, do I have permission to share this? He said, sure. He said, I'll be listening. And so this is my first time. I just thought about it since we're talking about the men. What I think is, if a man is having an issue with a woman that makes fun of his penis size or her pussy's too big for his dick, and there's no room to compromise, she's not willing to compromise, and it's affecting his self-esteem, no matter how it hurts you, you need to pull away. Have enough self-respect as a man to leave the bitch alone. I don't care how much you attract, how much you're in love with her. This is an issue, and what she's going to do is cheat on you. Go talk about you to other people, make fun of you, devalue you, because many women, like I said earlier, will value a man by his dick size and what he does to her ass and mouth and how he makes her feel sexual, and she'll base her whole view and even respect a man with a big dick that pleases her, and that's all the nigga is doing. Do you understand me, man? I'm not going to be nice. I'm just keeping it real here because I'm a woman. And I hear these things. And I know women that cheat on their husbands and the husbands don't know. They stay with the husband for security. They get the bills paid. They know he's not going to leave. They can depend on him, but they don't sleep with him because they say his dick is little or he has a prostate issue and the dick doesn't stay hard and he doesn't perform well. And even if he tries to, there's no energy. There's no spiritual sexual bond with him, but her lover who gives her nothing but dick. And she may even give him money and pay his bills. That one there means everything to her. Let me tell you some story. There was a woman that I knew who was older than me. She was with a really nice guy who was in love with her, had built a beautiful house for her for the ground up. He worked hard, brought all his money home. She said she was unhappy and displeased with the marriage. She wasn't in love with him anymore. Started fucking another guy. This guy was so sexy to her, so exciting to her, that the guy would come into her office at work. She was like an administrator. And she would bend over, because she had a real big old cow ass. So she would bend over, pull her drawers down, and he'd eat her ass and fuck her in her office for free, for nothing. Then she cleans up, go home. Her husband's usually cooking dinner for her. She doesn't have to cook. He doesn't know anything. And she's telling me how she's so unhappy, and she would like to leave home for the nigga that all he do in her office, in her car, round the corner at a motel, fuck her all in the ass. And he wouldn't leave his wife and kids. She was just something to fuck. But she couldn't see that. Actually said she was in love with him because of the way he fucks her, and her husband could not do. See, this is how y'all men are. This is how y'all men are. You'll meet a woman and marry her and give her the world and can't see the bitch ain't shit. Don't even have no idea she's at work taking stiff Peter, all nigga banging the head of his dick all up in her motherfucking cervix. She at work leaking. Got her massing-gill and shit at work, so she can douche her ass out all in there, the motherfucking public bathroom and employee bathroom. Nigga so stupid. He's smart as far as working and making money, making things happen financially, a good provider, but stupid because what he's providing, this nigga going to her ass ain't gotta give her a motherfucking thing. I know another lady was doing the same thing. Nigga at home working, taking care of children. She done got a side job because she said she was bored. She done found a hot young nigga in his 20s, built up and shit, and built in his ass. They fucking in the employee goddamn bathroom. She bent over and pulled her drawers down, bent over the toilet, and holding on to the goddamn stall, getting fucked all in the ass in the goddamn employee bathroom with 10 stalls in the goddamn bathroom, so they hope nobody don't come in because it's more thrilling and the dick more good in your ass. Make you tighten your ass up around the dick, and you leaking harder because you fucking in a public goddamn place. Sometimes she couldn't get to no goddamn douche, so she getting toilet tissue, that cheap thin ass toilet tissue in the damn job, folding that up and clumping that up, digging that in her motherfucking ass to dry the cum up, draw the cum out of her stinking ass, and wash her ass with the damn bathroom soap and that little damn squirtle thing, skeet that out, and draw up, wash in her goddamn ass, and go home. Her baby daddy don't even know she was getting fucked. All that work. Then spreading her ass cheek open. Nigga digging all in her goddamn rectum. Because he young and fine. With a nice rounded ass, muscles and shit, and a big hard dick. He about 20-something years old. Yes, screaming, holding the damn toilet, the damn handle where you flush the toilet, holding the metal part, holding on. Because he jamming so hard in her asshole, she got a little slight case of hemorrhoid, so I had to ease to the stove and get some preparation H all in her motherfucker, because her hemorrhoid was kind of hanging out. Then she got to the point, he saying, I'm in love with you, you in love with me. Fuck your baby daddy. We need to move in together. She got 3 children. She gonna move in. The nigga so broke, ain't got no car, and can't even buy no damn pan, no Tupperware and shit, to cook no damn bake an egg in. She go steal the shit out the house when the nigga ain't there with the babies, and steal the pan and frying pan and baking pan and shit, and take it over there with the young nigga that she fucking. So she's in bliss, because she getting young dick every day, but he can't pay no goddamn rent. This go on maybe a month or two. Then they all outside and all at the elevator and shit fighting. Fucking and fighting. She goes back home. Her nigga takes her back. You see what I'm talking about? You see how y'all do? See, y'all nice niggas that say you don't want a raggedy bitch that can take a dick down her damn throat and unhinge her mouth like a damn python and take all kind. really like that. Y'all like that because you'll keep on being her friend. Waiting for her to get it out of her system, stop fucking all these niggas or stop fucking a nigga that you know ain't no goddamn good, that she hung up on the dick and getting him money and getting him pussy. She paying to play, not him. You waiting for that's gonna end. And then as soon as it ends, you still right there like a bitch cutting some apple pie, cutting a slice of pie for you, a slice of pie for her, slicing a damn piece of cheddar cheese and melting it on top of the damn apple pie, and then getting a damn scooper, a professional scooper, and put some damn vanilla ice cream on it and eat with her like you two bitches crying.
Man, listen, this is why
That's
I
why
love
I can't feel sorry for them.
Man,
Yeah.
listen.
You heard it all, folks. Dry your tears. All the back of the ambulance shit, the scene with the stretcher and the blanket and the coffee mug. Michael Myers is gone. You don't have to worry about it. The Warlock energy is gone. Fuck all that shit. It's a myth. A lot of these people, and when I say a lot, it's a tiny population that go through this stuff, and they're exaggerated.
Right.
Well,
it's very lucrative.
I'm gonna say this. That does not mean that there's not warlock energy out there. What that means is that the women do the same shit too. Men do. If you actually like listen back, you see that she talked about the male wound with his mother and this, that, the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, oh
these sissies be crying too much as well.
Right.
And
So
that's a whole nother
it's on both ends. Listen, I'm not gonna give one side of the story without giving the other. But listen, guys, I'm going to end this live and come back because I'm gonna be we're talking about Carmelo Anthony. I'm gonna end this one and do we're gonna like leave here and go over to Mel's side and talk about the Carmelo Anthony situation. So thank you guys for watching so far. Thank you for being here. Don't leave, just reload your screen because I'll be streaming with Mel. All right, see you in a second.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place.